we will make this game Flappy Bird from start to the end. Okay, if you don't have prior knowledge of it, Unity and C Sharp coding, just stick to the video, you will get hang of it. Now if I play, and as you can see, we can jump, okay, and we can pass through pipes, and you can spawn pipes, okay, as you can see. So we will make this, and we will make this game over screen as well as these buttons. Okay, if I retry, as you can see, we will reload the game scene. Okay, as you can see, and if we go to pass through pipes, okay, as you can see, we can make high score as well as current score, as you can see. And if we press home button, we will get back to home scene. Okay, so let's make this whole game. Okay, and we can play sound also. So let's get into this. Open up the Unity hub and hit this new project. Okay, hit this new project and select 2D. You can select any version of Unity in the top. As you can see, I am using 2022.3.9f1 LTS version, which is long term. So select 2D and name the project. Okay, I'm gonna name it something like Flappy Bird tutorial, something like that. And you can choose a precise location where you want to save it. Okay, just click on that and you can choose wherever, but I'm gonna leave it in local disk app. Okay, and after doing that, hit this create button. Okay, and it will take a while to open up the Unity project. Okay, so I will see you in the when it's done. Okay. Okay, once you open up Unity, you will have a look like this. Okay, your scene view will have over here, but you can toggle it down anywhere. You can do that, tap any tab you want. So let's suppose you lost one of them. Okay, you just have to go to in the window top. Okay, window, then general, then you can find scene, game inspector, hierarchy, project console, any of them. Okay, you just have to go to window top. Okay, then general, you can find all of them. So as you can see, we have main camera in hierarchy, and this is the game view. Your game will look like over here. Okay, to any device you wanted to import. And this is scene view. As you can see, it has main camera. It works like shooting the game. Okay, as like movie, you can shoot, your game will be shoot over here. Okay, this is our main camera, it will shoot your game. And main camera also an game object. What does this mean? What is a game object? Okay, if we go to hierarchy, right click on it and create an empty game object. As you can see, it has transform component which has position, okay, x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis, and also it has rotation and scale. It just exists in 3D place. Okay, it has position, rotation, and scale. And you can add components to do something. Like if we add component, hit this add component, and if we add sprite renderer, okay, sprite renderer, and attach that, hit enter. As this component is responsible for showing the sprite. Okay, showing the sprite or character. So if we go to sprite and slot which says none, so if we select and knob, as you can see, now we are able to see that in the game view as well as in the scene view. Let's we're gonna scale this in the x something like 10, in the y something like 10. As you can see, you want able to see the knob now. So this component is responsible for showing up the sprite. As you can see, we attach component to do something. Okay, so I'm gonna leave in the description of this sprite. So I'm gonna drag some assets into this assets folder. So I'm gonna leave in the description of these sprites. Okay, you can go ahead and check that out. Select that folder. Okay, sorry, select that folder, go to project tab, and then asset, drag it into, select that folder and drag it into assets folder. Okay, so it will take a few seconds to compile it. Okay, it will import all of the assets that we need. So you can go okay, and check that out. I will have a link in the description of it. So what we will do, I'm gonna replace this sprite two knobs to a bird. Okay, so I'm going to select that. So as you can see, so select the game object. Firstly, we will rename this to bird or player, something like that. To rename this, right click on it or rename, or you can go ahead on inspector. Over there you can select that and replace the game object name with a some name, something like player. Okay, so and you can lock it in the right over there, as you can see, to lock the inspector. And sprite, what we will do, we will replace this knob with our this bird. Okay, so select the bird sprite and drag it into that sprite slot. As you can see, now we have changed it, and you can unlock it this. Now we have unlocked the inspector. So as you can see, this seems like blurry. So what we will do, we will reset the transform. So select the game object and go to transform, right click on it and reset. As you can see, so now it reset to position to 0 0 in the x, in the y 0, and the z as well 0. So as you can see, it's pretty small, and it's set up to scale to 1 by default, as you can see. As you can see, this is pretty small. So what we need, when so select all of the bird sprite. Okay, select the bird sprite by holding down shift and go to pick inspector. Over there, as you can see, pixel per unit with selected 100. If you make it less, okay, so this sprite will be larger. Okay, the bird sprite will be large. Okay, so let's suppose we're gonna select something like 16. Okay, and after doing that, hit apply in the bottom. Hit apply. As you can see, now the bird, it's big, sprites now became big. So what we will do, as you can see, if you take a look closely, it seems like blurry. So what we have to do, we have to select filter mode to point no filter, because this is on pixel art. Or if you want to remove the blurry vision, you have to select filter mode to point no filter, and after doing that, hit apply. And now as you can see, now the blurry has gone. So what we will do, we will add gravity. Okay, to add gravity, you have to add rigid body component to that game object, in which game object you want to add gravity. So hit this add component, and we will find by typing there rigid body 2D, as you can see, and select that and attach that. As you can see, now if we hit play in the top, in the top you can see three button over there. Firstly, the one hit, which will play your game, and the second one is pause, and the third one is you can step, which you can see. Now if we hit play in the top, we will able to see the game will be played in our game view as well as in the scene. You will see the your game will be played, and it will fall down due to gravity, because we have rigid body attached rigid body 2D component. As you can see, it's fall down because we have added rigid body component, which is responsible for adding gravity. And you can scale up the gravity by going to gravity scale. As you can see, you can scale that up. So what we will do, we will add a custom thing. Basically, we want to flap or to jump the bird when we press the space key. Okay, so we will do custom things. To do custom things, you have to attach a script component. Okay, to do so, you just have to select the game object you want to have it, and hit this add component and name the script. You have to name the script, so we will name it something like player. Okay, something like player, and hit this new script and then create an add. Okay, create an add, and it will attach to your game object the player script. Or you can do, go to assets, right click on it, create. Okay, C# script. Before that, make a folder. Okay, make a folder and name that folder to something like script, and head over to script folder and right click on it and create C# script and name that to something like player. Okay, and select this game object, player game object, and drag the script whatever you have named it to add component section. Okay, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So as you can see, by default we have start and update function. As you can see, this is a class where class basically means template of an object. You can describe properties, attributes over there, and later on you can use them to create object, okay, or to do something. So as you can see, we have start function and update function. This start function get called whenever the game start, okay, and it just called one time. And the update function get called every single frame, like it's called averagely 1 second 60 times. So if it's working or not, we will check, okay. When this function is working or not, we're gonna check. To check or to see something message, we have to type debug, okay. Debug dot log, we have to type this debug dot log to see a message in the console, okay. Sorry, to see a console, to see a message, we have to type debug.log. And you have to in brackets you have to pass the string. So firstly you have to make quotation like this, double quotation, as you can see, and you can type any message you want to type. So let's suppose this is a start function, okay. This is start function, let's suppose a start function, okay. And you have to close that off with semicolon to end up the line of code, as you can see. And doing it a start function, okay. And as you know, this function will get called whenever the game starts, okay, and it just called one time. So what we doing in this start function, we just printing out this message. To print out a message, you have to type you have to use this function debug.log, okay. This function will print out a message in the console, and in quotation you can write whatever you want to say, okay. So we have type this is a start function, and you have to press Ctrl S on your keyboard to save this script, or you can go to file in the top left corner. You can save it, as you can see, save Ctrl S. And when you press Ctrl S, and if you head back to Unity, it will compile for a second of your script, okay. And if we hit play, you have to select the console, okay. Select the console. If you can find the console, you just have to go to window top, then general, and you will able to find the console, okay. Select the console tab and then hit play over there, okay. And hit play over there, you will able to see that message. When we press that, we will able to see that message will pop out. The calls this is start function, because as we know, we calling it a start function. And as you know, a start function get called whenever the game starts, okay. So just wait for to compile. It will take a few seconds for compiling it, okay. When it's done, hit play in the top and select the console tab in the down. Or you can if you can find the console tab, you just have to go to window in the top, okay. Then general, you can find the console tab, or for a shortcut key you can see that, okay. So if I select the console tab, okay, if I select the console tab, if I now hit play, okay, if I now hit play, we will able to see this is a start function message will pop out in the console, because in the start of the game we just printing out the message, okay. So as you can see, this is a start function, okay. Or whatever we had typed over there, as you can see in the, and it just called one time, as you can see. It's not printing the message anymore, it just print out once time, and the start of the game calls this is a start function. But you can type any one you want to say, okay. Anything you want to say. So what we will do, we will check if we press space key or not, okay. So we will go over to update function, okay. And if we're gonna remove this message for now. If we go to update function, and as you know, this function will get call every single frames, okay. So this function get call every single frame, okay. It's like it's calls averagely in 1 second 60 time, okay. It's calls 60 time in 1 second. So what we will do, so that's why we will use this function to check inputs. So we will use if function, oh, okay, if condition. So what does this mean? If condition, you have to put in brackets, okay, a condition which should be true. So let's suppose 1 is greater than 2. If it's true, yes, the condition over here is true. If it's true, and you have to make this curly brackets, Okay, so if this condition is true, in between these curly brackets whatever you write it will be execute. Okay, so something if it's one, and we know you have to put a condition which should be true in between these brackets. Okay, so as we know one is not greater than 2, so 1 is lesser than 2 as we know. So if it's true, if the condition is true, in between these curly brackets whatever you write it will be execute. So what we will do, we will check if input dot get key. So input dot get key basically we use when we press something. Okay, when we put input, so input dot get key. Okay, and you have to pass in the brackets the key code, in which key code you want to specifically choose. So we will key code and we gonna pass a space. Okay, so if input dot get key, okay, and you have to pass in brackets key code. So basically if we pressing the space key, as you can see, if we press space key, basically if input dot get key and key code dot space, if we press space key, what we will do, firstly we will check if it's working or not. So we're gonna type a message in the console. So we have to type debug. Okay, debug dot log, and we will say something like space key is something like space key has been down, something like that. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Okay, close that off, make sure you close that off with semicolon to end up the line of code. Okay, so when we press the space key, if input dot get key key code dot space, if we pressing the space key, in between this curly brackets whatever you write it will be execute, and control s on your keyboard to save this line of code and head again to Unity. So when we press the space key we should see that message will print out in the console, says the space key has been down. Okay, so you can write anything you want right over there. Okay, you can test out. So now if we hit play in the top and if we press the space key, we should able to see that message will print out in the console, says this is we press space key, something like that. If we now hit play in the top, we should able to see that message will pop out. Okay, so just wait for to compile and you will able to see. So now if we press space key, as you can see space key has been down. As you can see that message just printing out multiple times because we're doing it update function, and as you know update function get called every single frame, so that's why. So to for all of inputs you have to do in update function. Okay, you have to check in update function. So what we will do, we will make a separate function. A function basically a specific line of code which does a specific thing. For function you have to type void. Okay, for function you have to type void and you have to name the function whatever you want to name. So let's suppose we're gonna say this function to jump, and you have to make this first bracket and this curly brackets. Okay, and what we will do, we're gonna remove this message and we will put it over here. So if it's working or not, we're gonna print out a message in the console. So to print out a message we have to type debug.log, and we will say something like bird jump or player jump, something like player jump. Okay, player jump, and close that off with semicolon. And we made the function, we never calling it, as you can see. So that's why it will not be execute, the message will not pop out in the console. So when we will call this function, when we press the space key, as you can see, if input dot get key key code dot space, if we press the space key, what we will do, we will call this function, and what this function will do, it's just printing out the message in the console, says player jump, as you can see debug.log. So let's call that function. So we have to type the function name and make this first bracket and close that off with semicolon, and control s on your keyboard to save this. Okay, and head again to Unity once again, and if we hit play and if we press the space key in the keyboard, we should able to see that message will pop out, says player jump, because we calling that function, and what that function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console, says player jump. Okay, you can say anything you want to say. Okay, so now if we hit play in the top, we should able to see when we press a space key, we calling that function, and what that function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console, says player jump. Okay, so now as you can see, when we press space key, as you can see, player jump message just popping out multiple times, because we calling it update function, as we know, and as we know, update function get called every single frame. So that's why. So what we will do, instead of printing out message, we will flap the jump. Basically we want to but to jump in the y-axis. As you can see, we're not gonna jump in the x-axis, we only want to jump in the y-axis. Okay, to do that we need get access of rigid body component, basically this component. Okay, we need this rigid body component, then we can set the velocity of this bird in the y-axis with some unit. Okay, with some unit. So we need this rigid body. To get reference of it, what we will do, we need to go top of the class, and we need to make a field for that. Okay, basically we need to make a field for that. Basically what we will do, we will create a rigid body field, and what we will do, we will make it public. Okay, public, basically to making it public, you can see in the inspector, and you have to type the component name, which type component is it. So as we know, this is that is an rigid body component. Okay, rigid body, and you have to name, so let's call it something like RB for short, for rigid body. And what we will do, control S on your keyboard to save this. Okay, control S on your keyboard to save this, and head again to Unity. Okay, control S on your keyboard to save this, and head again to Unity. Sorry, so control S on your keyboard. I don't know why it's lagging too much. So if we now hit again to Unity, we should able to see that field will uh, that field will pop out in the console, in the player script. Because we're doing it player script, we should able to see a rigid body field will appear over here, because we made that public. And we need reference first of that rigid body, then we can set the velocity of that part in the y-axis. Okay, so we need reference first of it, then we can able to set that velocity. So just wait for it to compile, and it will take a few seconds. As you can see, RB, we have named it RB, as you can see, which says none. Basically it's empty. So what we need to select the rigid body, and we need to drag it into that field. As you can see, it says player. Now we have the rigid body, now we can set the velocity of it. Okay, velocity of it. So we need to set the velocity in the y-axis, not the x-axis. We don't want to jump in the x-axis, we only want to jump in the y-axis. So I am going set back to 0. We need what we will do, we need to get access of y-axis of it. Okay, so we will head over to script once again, and we have the reference of rigid body. Now we can set the velocity. So what we will do, we will create a vector to velocity, and we're gonna make it public. It doesn't need to be public, you can make it private. Okay, so let's suppose we will call private. Okay, so if you set it to private, you won't able to see this field in the script. Okay, player script, and that will be vector 2. And vector 2, as you know, it has x-axis and y-axis. Okay, it has two axis, x-axis and y-axis, and you have to name. So let's suppose call this one to something like velocity. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. Okay, close that off with semicolon, and we're gonna go over to jump function. As you can see, when we press space key, we calling this jump function, and jump function just printing out the message. Instead of printing out message, what we will do, we will set the velocity of that rigid body to y-axis. Okay, before that, what we will do, we will set this velocity. We just want to map up this velocity to our rb dot velocity. Basically now rb dot velocity is now this velocity. We just grabbing the velocity of rigid body into this, we just storing into this velocity, as you can see, and close that off with semicolon. And after that, what we will do, we will set to y. We're not gonna jump in the x-axis as you've seen, so we only want to jump in the y-axis. So we will set velocity dot y, and as you know, velocity it has two axes, because it's an vector 2, and vector 2, as you know, it has x-axis and y-axis. So just we are accessing the y-axis, and we will set to some unit. Okay, something like 5f. Okay, to port f in the end is basically means floats. Floats are those numbers which comes with decimal places like 0.5, 5.5 or 5, okay, 1 2 3 4 like that, and you have to make sure to close that off with semicolon. Okay, as you can see, velocity we are setting to 5f. So you need to come over again and again to this script to change this value to map up a with a correct jump size, okay, jump height. So instead of coming script again and again, what we will do, we will make a variable. Basically variable are just like container, you can store information. Okay, so we will create a float variable as you can see. So what we will do, we will go over to script once again in the top of the script, and we will make it public so we can set or adjust in the inspector. Okay, so we will able to see in the inspector that will be float, okay, which comes with decimal places like 1.5, 1.4 or 5.5 like that, and you have to name the variable. So let's suppose we're gonna call it something like jump height. Okay, jump height, and by default you can set any value you like. So let's suppose we're gonna set it to 5f as you can see. So we will set by default 5f, you have to set equal and 5f. You can set any value you like, and we made this public so we can adjust in the inspector as well. Okay, so that's why we made it public, so we don't need to come over come again and again in this script. So we will replace this 5f with this jump height, which is 5f by default we set as you can see. So the velocity dot y of the rigid body will be in the y axis with this amount, which is jump height. And after that what we will do, we will set the velocity of rigid body to this velocity again. Basically what we doing, and close that off. That what we will do, rb dot velocity we will set back to velocity. Basically we are setting, grabbing the rigid body velocity into this velocity as you can see. After modifying the y-axis, we setting back a rigid body velocity of this velocity after modifying the y-axis as you can see with jump height. So the velocity in the y-axis of that rigid body will be jump height, which by default we set it to 5 unit as you can see. So you can modify that in the sorry, you can adjust in the inspector. So that's why we made it public. So control s on your keyboard to save this and head again to unity. Okay, head again to unity. So what we doing, I'm just want to recap for a bit. Okay, so now as you can see, when we press the space key, if input dot get key and key code dot space, if we press the space key, we calling this jump function. And what jump function is doing, firstly we creating a vector to velocity which has x-axis and the y-axis. We grabbing the rigid body velocity rb dot velocity into this velocity parameter, and after modifying the y-axis of that velocity by setting with this jump height parameter, and we then we setting back rigid body velocity this velocity after modifying the y-axis with jump height as you can see. Okay, so we will able to see that. So just wait for to compile, it will take a few seconds for compiling it. Okay, as you can say, jump height by default we set 5 unit. You can set over here something like 12 or any value you like. So that's why we made it public, we don't need to come over that script again and again. So that's the pretty cool thing about using variables. Okay, so now if I hit play in the top, when we press the space key, we should jump in the y-axis by this amount of jump height, which is 12. Okay, when we press, we because we calling that function, and as you know what that function is doing. Okay, so now as you can see, when we press the space key, as you can see, we can jump. Okay, as you can see, we can jump when we press the space key. Okay, so what we will do, we will restrict this jump. Okay, basically we don't want to jump out of the screen as you can see, as well as down. Okay, so what we will do, we will make restrict of it. Basically we want to clamp the value in the y-axis, okay, of this part. So we need to go over to script once again. Okay, and we will go to update function, because update function get called every single frames. So that's why we're going to use that. We need to keep track the clamping value. So we need to use this function. Okay, we need to use mathf. Okay, mathf dot mathf dot clamp. We have to use this function, and it will take this clamp. Okay, so this function will take okay, minimum and the maximum, in which direction you want to clamp the butt, okay, or the player. As you can see, we want to in the y-axis, we don't want to go out of the screen. As you can see, in the y-axis, not the x-axis, as you can see. So we want to clamp the value over here as well as over here in the top. So what we will do, we need to type in which axis we want to do. So we will type transform dot position dot y. Basically over here, transform dot position dot y means referencing itself. So if we go to player game object once again, and as you can see, we have attached the player script to our player game object. So the transform over there referencing this transform, which is our player transform, as you can see. So basically the transform over there means this transform, okay, the player transform. So and we accessing the y, as you can see, because we want to clamp the value in the y-axis, not the x-axis, as you can see. So that's why we have to type, and we have to type the minimum and the maximum value. So comma, and we have to type as a second argument the minimum value. So if we take this bird, and if we move it over here something like that, as you can see, minus 4.19 is the minimum. And if we take this bird in the y-axis to the maximum height, as you can see, 4 I guess 4.1. okay, so we will put 4.1 to maximum, and minimum we're gonna put minus 4.1. so let's go back to script once again. So for minimum we're gonna put minus 4.1 f. okay, you have to type f because this is an floating number, because it comes with decimal places, as you can see. So that's why we have to type f end of it. And maximum, so we will type 4.1 for the maximum, and close that off with semicolon. And what we will do, we will store this result into another float parameter, okay, another float parameter. So what we will do, we need to do it with our y-axis, okay. So we need to set the current position, okay. So what we will do, we will set, so transform, okay, transform dot position. And as you know, transform dot position, basically it's referring itself the position which we seen, as you can see, this transform. And what we will do, we will set equal to this new vector 3, okay. And as you know, vector 3 has x-axis, okay, y-axis, and the z-axis, okay, z-axis, and close that off with semicolon. So what we will do, we will not gonna clamp the value in the x-axis, as you seen. We just only want to clamp the value in the y-axis. So what we will do for x, we will put transform, okay, sorry, transform dot position, okay, transform dot position dot x. basically it means the current position of the game object in the x-axis, okay. So if I take the but as you can see, so basically its current position in the x-axis, as you can see. So we just passing transform dot position dot x itself, okay, in the current position. So we are not clamping the value in the x-axis. So what we will do, we will put this line of code, okay, control x for cut, and we're gonna paste it in the y, because we want to clamp the value in the y-axis. So that's why we're gonna type in the next second parameter, okay. I'm gonna remove this semicolon. So we're gonna put in the y-axis, as you can see. For the z-axis, what we will do, we will put itself in the z-axis position. So we have to type transform dot position dot z. So basically it's referencing itself in the z-axis, okay. So we just changing in the y-axis, as you can see, which is in the y-axis we want to clamp, and with this minimum and the maximum value, as you can see, okay, as you can see. So control s on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to unity. So we will able to see the player, okay, the player but will clamp in the y-axis, okay, in the y-axis with minimum minus 4.1 and the maximum, as we seen, 4.1. so it will just about this much of, okay. So just wait for to compile, and if we now hit play in the top, we should able to see the player will clamp in between that parameter, because we setting the current position of that into new parameter, okay. So now if I hit play, as you can see, we not going out of the screen, as you can see, as well as we are able do it for the down. As you can see, we are stuck with 4.1 in the minimum, as well as with 4.1 in the y. Okay, as you can see in the inspector, because basically we are setting the current position, which is, as we know, the current position of the bird. Transform dot position basically means the current position of the bird, and we are setting to a new vector 3, which has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. We're just putting itself in the x-axis, as you can see, just only changing the y-axis with this minimum and the maximum clumping value, as you can see. Okay, so I hope you get the idea, basics of it. So what we will do, we will change the background color. Basically we want to drag the background, so we will go to project once again, and we're gonna select the sprite. Okay, select the sprite and drag it into the scene view, or drag it into the hierarchy, is the same case, as you can see. So we not able to see the bird. So basically we need to assign this as a layer, sorting layer. Okay, so if I select this background, and if we go to sprite renderer, by default it has attached a sprite renderer component, and as you know, this component is responsible for showing up the showing the sprite or the background, as you can see. So what we will do, we will assign a sorting layer. As you can see in sprite renderer, we have additional setting says sorting layer, so click on that and add a sorting layer. Okay, and we will make this, hit this plus icon, and we will call this one to something like background. Okay, and background, and we will move this behind with our default layer. As you can see, we will move this one behind, okay, all of our layers. So if we select the background once again, and if we assign a sorting layer to background, as you can see, because the background sorting layer is behind of our bird layer, because if we select the bird, as you can see, bird is selected with sorting layer default, which is in front of our background layer. Okay, as you can see. So what we will do, we will resize this background. As you can see, this is pretty small. So what we need to go to sprite and select that as sprite. Okay, and make the pixel per unit to less. If you make it less, so it will be large, the background will be large, the sprite. Okay, so let's suppose we're gonna choose something like 32, and after doing that, hit apply in the bottom, as you can see. Okay, hit apply. As you can see, now it's becoming bigger, as you can see. Now if I select that, I'm gonna move it something like this, and we're gonna duplicate couple of times. To duplicate, you have to select that and control D to duplicate. Okay, select the sprite or the background and control D to duplicate, as you can see, and select the move tool in the right, as you can see, and move it over here something like that. So we're gonna move it something like 10, not 10. So let's move it for 9, as you can see, and duplicate one more time and move it in the left side. So we will duplicate to control D, and we will move this one to -9 in the left, as you can see. Not -9, we're gonna so something like -9, I guess. No, not -9, something like this. Now it's fitted up to our background, as you can see, fitted up to our game view. So what we will do, now if we select the player, as you can see, we will make the player a little smaller. As you can see, I think it's a little bigger. So what we will do, we will select all of the bird sprite by holding down shift and go to pixel per unit, and we gonna make it a large number. If it's large, the sprite will be smaller. Okay, if it's the pixel per unit, if it's less, then this but sprite will be large. Okay, so let's suppose we do it for 20. Now if we hit play, as you can see, it's becoming a little smaller. So we're gonna make it all little bit smaller, something like we're gonna choose it 24, I guess 24, and after doing that, hit apply to change. As you can see, now it's fitted up to our screen. So what we will do, we will make birds. Okay, we will make the ground. To make the ground, we need to drag that. So select the ground. Okay, drag it into this in view. As you can see, the ground is pretty small. Okay, the ground is pretty small. To what we will do, we will make it bigger. So select that and go to inspector. In pixel per unit, we're gonna choose it something like something like 32, I guess, and after doing that, hit apply. Okay, after doing that, hit apply. As you can see, now it's becoming bigger. So we're gonna select this and we're gonna duplicate couple of times. Okay, we're gonna duplicate this one couple of times. So control D to duplicate and move it right and left by uh, duplicating. So we're gonna move it something like 10, I guess. Not 10, we should it move it something like, okay, 11. We if we do for 11, not 11, 10.5, I guess. Yeah, 10.5 is right now. Okay, and we're gonna duplicate one more time. So control D to duplicate, and we're gonna move this one left side something like minus 10.5. Okay, to feed it up. As you can see, we can able to see the gap. So we will do it for minus 10 in the left. Okay, minus 10 in the left, as well as in the right we're gonna choose 10. Okay, as you can see. So what we will do, we will make it child of this game object. Basically we will select this one, the left one. As you can see, if we select the left one, we will make child of this parent. We will make this left one the parent of this child. Okay, so select both of them by holding down shift and place it on top of this left one. Okay, place it on top of to the first one or the left one. Now if we move the left one, as you can see, the child will also move with it, these two rights in the right side, as you can see, because we have made this one parent. We just need to place it in top of whatever we want to make it child of it. As you can see, now if we move the left one, we will able to see that is moving, the child will also moving with this ground, as you can see. So what we will do, we will move it little bit down and we will add a component to this game object. Okay, so if we now hit play in the top, we will able to see that the player will fall down due to gravity, and it will surpass this ground because, or this base, because we haven't added any collider. So we need to add collider for collision detection. Okay, that's why. So if we now hit play, as you can see, it's fall down, and it's fall down, it's just as you can see, it's fall down over here, it's not detecting the collision. So that's why we need to add collider to these grounds. Okay, so what we will do, if I go to player once again, I'm gonna move this something like this, like this. Okay, so what we will do, we will add collider to this ground. So select all of them. Okay, select all of them and hit this add component. Okay, and find their box collider 2D or any collider you like. So we're gonna add this box collider for perfection. As you can see, we have added collider to this ground, as you can see. Now if we hit play in the top, we will able to see it will fall down, but it will still give us an error, or it will surpass this ground, because we haven't added a collider to this player. We also need to add collider to our player game object, as you can see. So that's why it's not detecting the collision. We also need to add to player game object the collider. Okay, so here select the player game object and hit this add component, as you can see, and find any collider you like. So we will add box collider. Okay, box collider 2D, and select that. Okay, and we will resize the collider as the size of a sprite. So hit this edit collider and resize that collider. As you can see, I'm gonna resize this like this. Okay, once you done, hit this edit collider once again, and if we now hit play in the top, we should able to see the player will fall down to this ground, because we have added both of this game object, our box collider 2D, which is responsible for collision detection. Okay, make sure that you have added both of these. Now as you can see, it's fall down to our ground. And what we will do, we will make the ground, it will go left and right. Okay, if we over here something like that, as you can see, we will set this one. Okay, we will set this one back to over this position. Okay, to 0, something like that. We will set it to something like over here. Okay, something like minus zero point 0.4. We will set back to minus 0.4. If we over here, if the ground going over here something like, as you can see, minus 15, minus 15 or something like this much, So if we select this, as you can see, minus 16.5. If we select this one, 16.5, as you can see, not 16. If we select 16, 16 would be fine. If we select 16, as you can see, what we will do, we will set this one back to over here, so the background will be looking like loop. Okay, it will be looped, so that's why we will do it. So if the ground over here something like 16, minus 16 in the position in the x-axis, minus 16, as you can see, we will set this one. Okay, set this one over here, so as you can see, it will going back to minus something like minus 6 we will do in the y. As you can see, we will set back to minus 6. Okay, so it will be looking like loop. So we need to create a script to do this, because this is a custom thing to do. So to do that, go to script, sorry, not go to script, go to assets, make a script folder first. Okay, by right clicking on it, create. Okay, create folder, name that folder to something like scripts. Okay, we will name this to something like a script. Head over to script folders. Okay, right click on it and create C# script, name that to something like, we will name this to something like crown, and hit enter and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, or you can do that, just select the base, or we will rename this to something like ground. Okay, select all of them and go to inspector, or right click on it, rename, or we will go to inspector, we will rename this to something like, so we will rename this to something like ground. Okay, ground, and we made this ground script. As you can see, attach this ground script to parent one, not the child one. Okay, so select the ground game object and hit this add component. You can directly select that script and drag it here to add component section, or you can hit this add component and find the script name by typing it. Okay, find the script name by typing it. Okay, so we need to double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So double click that, and we need to go back to Unity editor once again. If we go to script, okay, so it will take a few seconds to compile it. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and if we go back to Unity, so it will take a few seconds. Okay, oh sorry, I did mistakes. Now if we hit play, it will take a few seconds. Okay, it will take a few seconds to compile. When it's done, you can go back to a Unity editor. Okay, and you have to make sure you attach your crown script to crown game object. Okay, make sure that before doing it. So just wait for to compile, and you will able to see. So as you can see, if I now select this crown, and we need to drag this crown script to add component section, or you can find that, hit this add component and type the script whatever you have named it. Okay, and attach that and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So I'm gonna delete this one. As you can see, by default we have start and the update function, and as you know, this start function get called whenever the game start, and this update function get called every single frame. So what we will do, we will remove this start function, we don't need it for now. We're going to use this update function, because as you know, update function get called every single frame. So that's why we're going to use that. So we're gonna remove this start function. Okay, and we're gonna go over to update function. What will do in the update function, if we go to Unity editor once again, and if we select this ground, as you can see, if the ground is in the x, as you can see, something like minus 16 in the x, as you can see. So over here, at one moment, this ground will be far from the screen, as you can see, at one moment. So what we'll do in that moment, we will set this one position to something like over here. So as you can see, it will be looped, so where the ground will be forever loop, or it seems like it's just going left, and from it just coming up in front of. Okay, so from this screen, so it will be loop, it will create the illusion. So what we will do, if the ground position over here something like minus 16, as you can see, in that moment we won't have enough ground, so we will set this one over here once again, so it will be looped. So as you can see, if we are minus 16, as you can see, we will set this to one something like over here. Okay, something like -4, we will set back to that. So we will go to script once again and we will check over here. Okay, because update function get call every single frame, so that's why we're going to use that. And we will check if transform. Okay, and as you know why we use if condition, you have to put a condition and that should be true. Okay, if that condition is true, then we will able to execute whatever we want in between curly brackets. Okay, we have to make these curly brackets. Okay, so what we will do, we will check. Okay, so we have to type transform dot position. Okay, transform dot position dot x, we will check for x axis. So as you know, this transform dot position dot x, it's referencing itself. So if we go to Unity, as you can see, we have attached this ground game object, ground script to our ground game object. So the transform dot position dot x over here means this position. So transform dot position dot x, what we will do, I'm going to set by default to something like -4. Okay, so if our transform dot position dot x, if it's lesser than, okay, lesser than or equal to -16, as we know we have checked -16f for float. Okay, so if this ground, okay, over here something like that, as you can see, if this is something like -16, as you can see, if it's -16 or lesser than -16, what we will do, we will set this one back to over here, something like we will set the position of the x position of this ground set back to, we're gonna set it to something like -4. Okay, so we also need to move this. Okay, we also need to move this. To move, we need to use, before we do that, we will move the ground. Okay, to move the ground, we have to use this function transform. We will go to transform and we're gonna use this translate function. Okay, so this translate function over here will take the direction in which direction you want to go. Okay, so basically we want to go in the left direction, we want to move the ground in the left direction. So that's why what we will do, we will use vector2 dot left. Okay, firstly we're going to transform, basically transform this transform, and we using this translate function, and this translate function will take the direction in which direction you want to go. So we will use vector2 dot left. Okay, vector2 dot left basically means -1 in the x, y in the 0. So this ground will not move in the y axis, it just will move in the left direction, because we just putting -1. So -1, as you know, minus, which is the left direction. Okay, so the -1 in the x and y in the 0. So what we will do, we will multiply this with some unit, and we doing it update function, as you can see. And as you know, update function get call every single frame, so that's why we doing it update function. So that's why the ground will move every single frame. Okay, and we will multiply this with some unit, some speed. So for that we will make a variable, so we can adjust in the inspector. We will set it to public, so we can adjust in the inspector. Okay, so that will be public, and that will be float. Okay, and we will call something like speed or move speed or ground move speed, something like that. And by default you can set any value you like. So let's suppose we're gonna set it to something like 2f. Okay, for f we have to put f in the float. Okay, and we will multiply this direction with our speed. Okay, speed, and we also need to multiply this with time dot delta time. That's why we have to multiply this time dot delta time. So if we multiply this time dot delta time, and make sure you have closed that off with semicolon. Basically to make multiplying with time dot delta time make frame rate independence. Let's suppose you have super fast computer. In that case, this update function over here will call 120 frames in 1 second. Let's suppose one of the other person has low computer. Okay, so in that case, situation, this update function will call 60 frames in 1 second. Okay, so as you can see, there is huge difference between frame rates. Okay, 120 to 60. So multiplying with time dot delta time make frame rate independence means whatever computer you use, this update function will call same frames in 1 second. Okay, so let's suppose if this function get called in 1 second, 60 frames, so whatever computer you use, it will sum in it will call 60 frames in 1 second. Okay, so that is the reason for multiplying with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save this and head again to Unity. Okay, we will able to see if we hit play in the top, we will able to see this ground will move in the left direction because we using translate function which takes the direction which direction we want to move. Okay, which is vector 2 dot left basically means -1 in the x, y in the 0. So the ground will move in the y axis 0. Okay, and the x axis is will move -1, and we have multiplied that with the speed. Okay, so which is 2 by default we set. You can set any value you like, so that's why we made it public. Okay, so you will able to see that field will appear over here, and you can set any value you like. So just wait for it to compile. It will take a few seconds for compiling it. Okay, when it's done, you can play in the top. Okay, hit this play button in the top, you will able to see that. So just wait for to compile and you will able to see that. Okay, so now if I hit play in the top, we should able to see this ground will move in the left direction with this amount of speed. As you can see, we set public, so we can adjust in the inspector, but you can choose any number you like. So now if we hit play, as you can see, the ground is moving in the left direction. Okay, as you can see, but as you can see, it just run out from screen. Okay, as you can see. So what we will do, if the ground is over here something like x16 over here something like this, as you can see, it will run out from this screen. So that's why in that moment we will set this one. Okay, set this one something like -4, as you can see. So it will be looped. As you can see, we will set back to -4. Okay, uh, when the ground is 16. Okay, so as you can see, we have created this if condition. If the transform dot position dot x, this x axis basically this one. Okay, if it is lesser than or equal to -16, something like this. Okay, 16, what we will do, we will set this one back to something like -4. Okay, -4 we will set back to -4. So what we need to do, what we will do, we will set this position. So we need to go to transform. Okay, then we need to access the position, then we will access the x axis, and we're going to set back to -4f. Okay, so 4f, as you can see. So as you can see, we getting an error which says transform because it's not a variable. Okay, so what we need to do, we need to use this function. Okay, transform. Okay, transform dot position, we need to set the whole position of the ground to a new vector 3. Okay, so we will set it to new vector 3, and as you know, vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. Okay, so transform dot position basically means it's referring whole position, basically this position of the ground, as you can see. So what we will do, we will set back to -4. So in that case, as you can see, if the transform dot position, if it's lesser than -16, what we will do, we will set to x position to -4 again. Okay, -4. So as you know, it will be looped. In the y, what we will do, we will put itself the position. Okay, so we have to pass transform. Okay, transform dot position dot y basically means in the y axis itself position. Okay, which is -4.335, as you can see. So the y position over here will be -4.3f. In the z position, we gonna put itself. Okay, so we have to type transform dot position dot z, dot z basically means it position itself in the z direction, which is, as you can see, 0. So it will be 0. Okay, so but we just only changing -4. As you can see, we just setting back to -4. So we are setting the position of the whole ground to a new vector 3. As you can see, in the x-axis we're setting back to -4, as you can see. So control S on your keyboard to save this line of code and head again to Unity. We should able to see the ground will be whenever the ground over here something like -16, it will set back to in x position -4, which is this position, as you can see. So the ground will be look like looped. It will go to it will seems like it's coming from right side. Okay, so it will never gonna run out from screen. So if I now hit play in the top, and you can adjust the speed over here, it's up to you. how much you want to choose. Okay, so just wait for to compile. When it's done, you can see able to that change. Okay, now if I hit play, as you can see the ground is moving, but when the ground is 16 we should able to see it will set itself to -4, as you can see. So as you can see in the game view, it just seems like it just coming from right side and it's looping. So that is the logic, or we just creating the illusion. As you can see, when the ground -16 over here in the X position, we're setting back this ground in the X position to -4, as you can see. So it seems like it's looping, it's just coming right side. Okay, so as you can see, we just created the loop, and we also need to create the pipes. Okay, so what we will do, let's create the pipe. So drag the sprite. Okay, select the pipe sprite. As you can see, drag it into the scene view or hierarchy. As you can see, it's pretty small. So what we will do, you can scale it. Okay, go to transform, then you can scale it to x to something like 2 and y to 2. We're not gonna do that. Okay, we will do another way. So we're gonna set it to right click on and reset that. Now it's reset. Okay, I'm gonna move this over here, and we will do in other way. So select the sprite and go to inspector. As you can see, pixel per unit, so we will make it less. Less pixel size means the large sprite will be. Okay, it will, the sprite will be large. So let's select something like 32 and hit apply. Okay, after doing that, hit apply. And as you can see, now the pipes is much bigger. Okay, so what we will do, we will duplicate this one. As you can see, the pipe layer or the pipe is in front of our ground. As you can see, basically we need to assign a sorting layer. Okay, so in the sprite renderer, if we select the pipe green, and if we go to sprite renderer, over there, as you can see, additional setting, sorting layer with selected default. So hit this over there and add sorting layer. Okay, so we will add for this one, which will be pipe, as well as for this ground. Okay, so let's do for pipe. So we will make this pipe, and we will do ground. Okay, ground for as well, and move the ground in front of pipe. Okay, not move it behind the pipe. Okay, so it will not be. So that's why we will move the ground in front of the pipe. As you can see, now if we select the pipe, we will choose sorting layer to pipe, and for ground we will choose sorting layer to select all of the ground sprites. Okay, and select, go to sprite renderer, select sorting layer to ground. As you can see, now the ground is front of our pipe sorting layer, as you can see. So what we will do, we will duplicate this one pipe. Okay, and firstly I'm gonna move this over here, something like that. Okay, so control D to duplicate. Okay, control D to duplicate and move it up, as you can see. So we need to flip this. To flip, there are multiple ways you can do. You can go to transform, then go to scale and set y scale to something like -1. Now it's flipped. In other way you can do, I'm gonna set back to 1. And if we go to sprite renderer, over there, as you can see, flip. So we will check this y1. Basically we want vertically, we want pipe to flip vertically, so that's why we will choose this x1. Now it's flipped, as you can see. If we check this, so I'm gonna move this. What I am going to do, I'm gonna move this something like this. And so what we will do, we will create an empty game object. Okay, and we're gonna place this. Okay, basically we will make this to this both of this pipe child of that game object. Okay, firstly we need to create that game object. So go to hierarchy, right click on it and create an empty game object, and we will move this game object in between this pipe middle. Okay, we will move this between this middle, like this. Okay, and we will move this like this, and we're gonna select an icon for it. Go to inspector, select an icon. So I'm gonna select this yellow one, as you can see, and we will make child both of this pipe of this game object. Okay, firstly we want to rename this to something like a pipe parent, something like that. We will make it. Okay, pipe parent. And I make both of this pipe a child of this pipe parent game object. Basically select both of this pipe game object. Okay, and place it on top of this pipe pipe parent game object, as you can see. Now if we move this pipe parent game object, the child will also move with it, as you can see. So we need to add collider for collision detection. Okay, we need to add collider for collision detection. So select both of this pipe. Okay, select both of this pipe and add component, hit this add component and find a box collider 2D, something like that. Okay, and attach that. Now we have attached to both of this pipe box collider 2D. It will detect the collision. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to move this pipe game object. Okay, we want to move this pipe game object in the left side, as you can see. So we will create a pipe script. For that, go to script. Okay, right click on it and create C# script and name that to something like pipe, and select this pipe parent game object, drag that script to add component section. Or what you can do, hit this add component and find type pipe. Okay, then new script, then create an end. Okay, but I already have created this pipe game object, sorry, pipe script, as you can see in the assets. So I'm gonna select this pipe parent game object, and we're gonna drag this pipe script to add component section. Now it's attached. So what we will do, before that, we want to make prefab of this game object. Basically we need to make a copy of this game object. If we lost from this in view, somehow unconditionally, if you delete from the hierarchy or scene view, you won't able to restore that. So that's why you need to make copy of this game object or prefab. So go to assets first, right click on it, create folder, name that folder to something like prefab to keep things organized. Okay, and into that folder, okay, select this pipe parent game object and drag it into that prefab folder. Now we have turned this pipe parent game object into prefab. Now if we delete from this scene view or hierarchy, we can just directly drag it from that prefab folder, as you can see, to the scene view, as you can see. Okay, so that's the reason to make it a prefab. You also need to make prefab of this player game object, okay, or this bird. So that's why. Okay, select that and drag it into that prefab folder. Now if we delete from this in view, or hierarchy, we can just directly select that from prefab folder and we can drag it into scene view, as you can see, directly, or hierarchy. So we're gonna leave as it is. Now if we hit play, okay, if we hit play in the top, we will able to see the player will fall down, or this bird will fall down. Due to gravity, we have added a rigid body component to this bird game object. As you can see, it's just fall down, but as you can see, the pipe is not moving. Basically we need to move the pipe. Okay, if we select this pipe parent game object, okay, we need to move the pipe in the left side. So that's why we will attach a pipe script. Okay, so I already have attached as okay, so double click that to open up in Visual Studio. To do that, you have to create a script. So right click on assets, okay, then create C# script, name that to something like pipe. Okay, and select this pipe parent game object and drag that script to add component section, basically attach that. Okay, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So what we will do, so if we go to pipe, as you can see, by default we have start and the update function. Okay, so what we will do, we don't need this start function. As you know, start function get called whenever the game starts, so that's why we're not going to use that. We will use this update function because as you know, update function get called every single frame, so that's why we're going to use that, because we need to move the left side. Actually we need to move the pipe into left side every single frame, so that's why. Okay, so for that, what we will do, we will go to transform. Okay, transform, and we will use, okay, so use transform. Okay, transform dot translate, we will use this function. Okay, and this function will take a direction in which direction you want to go. Okay, so what does this transform mean? If we go to Unity editor, as you can see, we have attached this pipe script to this pipe parent game object, as you can see. So the transform over there referring this transform. Okay, and we will go to position and we will move this. As you can see, if we play around with position in the x-axis, we can see the pipe will move left and right. So that's why, so we will go to that and transform. Firstly we're going to transform basically this transform, and we using this translate function. Okay, and this function will take a direction in which direction you want to go. So as you seen, we want to go into left direction. Okay, so what we will do, we will type vector2 dot left. Okay, vector2 dot left. What does this mean? Vector2 dot left basically means minus 8 minus 1 in the x. Okay, so it will go to left side because minus is left side, minus 1 in the x and y in the 0. So the pipe will not move in the y axis, it will move only x axis, which is negative direction. Okay, vector2 dot left basically means minus x minus 1 in the x and y in the 0. So what we will do, we will multiply this. Okay, we will multiply this with some unit. Okay, so let's multiply with something like 2f or 2f or 2 unit. Okay, f for floating. But instead of making instead of hard coding, what we will do, we will make a variable which will store info. Okay, so basically it's work like container. So what we will do, we will make it public, so we can set in inspector, we will able to set it inspector. So that's why we're making it public, as well as we can adjust that in the inspector. Okay, that will be float. Okay, float, and you have to name. So let's call something like pipe speed or pipe move speed, something like that, pipe move speed. And by default you can set any value you like, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to set it to something like 2f. Okay, 2f or 2 unit 2 float, and I'm gonna replace this 2f with pipe move speed. Pipe move speed. Okay, pipe move speed. And we also need to multiply this with our time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. Okay, so we will multiply this time dot delta time and close that off with semicolon. So firstly what we doing, we're just going to transform of that game object. Okay, as you can see this transform, and then we using this translate function which takes a direction. So we passing a vector2 dot left, which is in the left direction. Okay, minus 1 in the x, y in the 0, and we multiplying that with this move pipe move speed, and by default we set it to 2 units, so minus 2. So if we multiply with this, so minus 2 1, minus 1 into 2 will be minus 2, which will go to negative direction. In the y it will go 0. Okay, so as you know, 0 into 2, which is always 0. Okay, and we also multiplying this time dot delta time to make frame rate independence, and we doing it update function. And as you know, update function get called every single frame. So in the left direction, every single frame it will go to left direction, which 2 unit. Okay, with 2 unit. So control s on your keyboard to save your code. I'm gonna remove these two namespaces in the 2 to make it clear. Okay, and control s on your keyboard to save this and head again to Unity. So we will able to see that pipe move speed field will show up in the pipe script. Okay, because we made it public and we can adjust over here the speed. So that's the reason to make it public. If you make it private, you won't able to adjust in inspector. Okay, so that's why you need to make it public to adjust how much fast you want to move the pipe in the left direction. Okay, so that is the reason, basics reason. So just wait for to compile. So when it's done, just hit play in the top. You should able to see the pipe where parent game object will move in the left direction with 2 amount of unit. Okay, but you can adjust the speed as you seen, we made it public. Okay, so just wait for to compile and you will able to see that. So just wait for to compile and you will able to see that. It will take a few seconds for compiling it. Okay, now if we hit play in the top, we should able to see the pipe will move in the left direction with 2 pipe move speed, which is 2, but you can adjust over here as much as you need. Okay, we should able to see that pipe. As you can see, the pipe is going to left direction, as you can see. So let's make the speed little bit faster of that pipe, something like 4. And if we now hit play, we should able to see the pipe will move to the left direction twice as we did before. Okay, so just wait for to compile. Okay, so sorry. So if we now play, as you can see, the pipe is going twice as fast in the left direction. We will increase the gravity of this player. Okay, as you can see, it just float too much like a moon gravity. So we will go to rigid body and we will go to gravity scale, and we will set it to something like 3, and we will select collision detection to continuous. Okay, so it will continuously detect the collision, and we need to freeze the rotation about z axis. So why we need to freeze that, just I'm going to explain it bit a second. So if we go to transform, then rotation, okay, about z axis, if I play around with this, as you can see, the bird will flip like this. So that's why we have to freeze the rotation about z axis. Okay, and I'm gonna set this one back to 0. And we need to overrides. Okay, in the top you can see overrides, and then hit apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, so if we don't do that, and if we select this player game object, as you can see, freeze rotation has not been selected. Okay, so we need to override and then apply all. If we select this and if we go to overrides then apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Now if we select this player game object of bird, and if we go to constraint, then freeze rotation, which as you can see it's selected by default because we have overrides and then apply it all. So that's the reason. Okay, so what we will do, we need to keep track of we need to basically we need to make multiple pipe prefab. Okay, it's just creating one. Okay, so what we will do, if we go to over here, so basically we want to make 3 points. Okay, from those point we want to spawn this pipe prefab game object. Okay, and we will choose a random one. From that we will spawn this pipe with every 2 seconds. Okay, every 2 seconds. So we need to create a spawner script for it. So so go to script. Okay, script folder. Before make a script folder, go to assets, right click on it, create folder, name that folder to something like a script, and go to head over to script folder, right click on it, create C# script, and name that to something like spawner or pipe spawner, something like that. Let's say something like pipe spawner, and hit enter, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, I double click that to open up in Visual Studio. As you can see, by default we have the start and the update function. So we need to go over to Unity editor once again. It will compile for a few seconds. Okay, just wait for that, and go to hierarchy and right click on it or hit this plus icon and create an empty game object and reset the transform of it, and attach this spawner script to that game object. Firstly you have to name the game object as a spawner, so you will able to define that. So if we go to now hierarchy, okay, right click on it, create an empty game object, and we will name this to something like a spawner. Okay, spawner, go to transform of that component, transform of that game object, right click on it and reset the transform. So it will reset the transform. Basically it will set x position, y position, and z position to 000, as you can see, which all default. And we will select an icon for it. So we will select this green one, something like that. Okay, choose any icon you like. So just wait for to compile. So and attach the script. Okay, attach the script to this spawner game object. Or what you can do, you can just directly drag that script to add component section, or you can do this, hit this add component and find the script whatever you have named it. So we have named it something like pipe spawner, so select that and attach it. Okay, so double click that to open up in Visual Studio. I'm gonna move this spawner game object in the top hierarchy so we can see it, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, so what we will do, we will make two variable which will keep track of when to spawn. Okay, so we will make a spawn function for it, and so we have to type void for function, and we will call this one to something like spawn. We have to name the function and make this first bracket and this curly brackets. So what we will do, we will create two variable, okay, which will keep track of when to spawn. Okay, it will just keep track of when to spawn. So if it's working or not, we will do define first. So first one we will make it public, that will be float. Okay, and so we just making it public so we can set it inspector as much as we need when we should spawn the pipe. Okay, so that's why we're making it public, and we will call this one to something like spawn something like spawn pipe. Okay, spawn pipe, something like that. And we will create a next variable. It doesn't need to be public. Okay, we can set it to private. Okay, so let's set private, so we won't able to see this field in the inspector. That will also be an float. Okay, float, and we will call this one to something like time between spawn. Okay, time between spawn, we will call this one to something like time between spawn. And you can set public float spawn pipe to any default value. Let's suppose we're gonna set it to something like 2f. Basically after every 2 seconds we're gonna spawn the pipe. Okay, that's the logic. So we will go over to start function, and as you know, start function get call whenever the game start. So what we will do, we will set this time between spawn to spawn pipe. Okay, we will set this time between spawn. Okay, time between spawn to spawn pipe. Okay, spawn pipe, and close that off with semicolon. Okay, so what we doing, we just setting time between spawn to spawn pipe. Spawn pipe, as you can see, by default we have chosen 2, so this one 2, so that's why this one in the start of the game will be 2. So this time between spawn will be 2 in the start of the game. Okay, so we will go over to update function, and we will check. Okay, we will check if time between spawn. Okay, if time between spawn is lesser than if it's lesser than or equal to 0f. Okay, and make this curly brackets. Okay, and what so as you can see in this start of the game, this time between spawn will not be 0, because we die in the start of the game we setting it to spawn pipe, as you can see. And by default we selected spawn pipe to 2 unit 2f, as you can see. So this become 2f, so the time between spawn over here will be 2, because we directly setting it time between spawn equal to spawn pipe, as you can see. So that's why in the start of the game, so this time between spawn will not be lesser than or equal to 0, as you can see. So in that condition what we will do, we will subtract. Okay, so we have to type else condition and make this bracket. So in that condition we want to subtract from this time between spawn. Okay, some unit, something like time between spawn. Okay, time between spawn minus equal to time dot delta time. Okay, time dot delta time. So we just subtracting from each frame. Okay, as you can see, because we're doing it update function, and as you know, update function get call every single frame. So we just every single frame we subtracting this time dot delta time. Okay, as you can see, till it hits 0. When it hits 0, what we will do, we will set this time between spawns to 0. Sorry, not 0, we will set back to this spawn pipe parameter. So what we will do, so as you can see in this start of the game, this time between spawn will not be lesser than or equal to 0. As you can see, we in the start of the game we setting time between spawn to spawn pipe, which is 2, as you can see. So that's why this one became 2. In that condition what we doing, we just subtracting from our time between spawn minus equal time dot delta time till it hits 0. If it hits 0, what we will do, we will set this one. Okay, time between spawn, we will set this one to spawn pipe when it hits 0. When it hits 0 or becomes lesser than or equal to 0, we just setting back time between spawn to spawn pipe, which is 2 unit, as you can see. So this time between spawn will be again 2. So in that condition, as you can see, time between spawn will not be lesser than or equal to 0. So it will execute the next line code, as you can see. So in that condition, basically we are just subtracting till it hits 0. When it hits 0, we are setting back spawn pipe to sorry, time between spawn to spawn pipe. It just will keep looping in this condition. Okay, so close that off with semicolon, make sure that. So what we will do, when this time between spawn will hit 0. Okay, when time between spawn will hit 0 or becomes lesser than or equal to 0, what we will do, we will call this function. Okay, void function. So in that function what we will do, if it's working or not, we're gonna check. So we're gonna print out a message on the console. So we have to type debug, okay, debug.log, and brackets we have to pass the string what we want to say. So let's say spawn pipe, something like that, spawn pipe, okay, and close that off with semicolon. And we also need to call this function, we just made it, we never calling it, so that's why it will not be executed. So when we will call it when the time between spawn will hit 0, so we will call this spawn, okay, spawn function. And what this spawn, so make this first bracket and close that off with semicolon. And what spawn function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says spawn pipe, but you can write in this in quotation whatever you want to say. As you can see, debug.log which says spawn pipe. Whenever time between spawn hits 0, okay, if it's become lesser than or equal to 0, firstly we calling this spawn function, and in spawn function will print out the message says spawn pipe in the console. And after that we're setting back time between spawn to spawn pipe, we're setting back time between spawn to spawn pipe, which is 2 unit, as you can see. And if it's 2, if the time between becomes 2, as you can see, it will not fit in this condition, which time between spawn is not lesser than or equal to 0. So in that condition we just subtracting till it hits 0. When it hits 0, we again calling this spawn function, okay, and we setting back time between spawn to once again spawn pipe, which is 2 unit, as you can see. So so it will be looped, okay, so this line of code will be looped. So control S on your keyboard to save this and head again to Unity. So it will be looped every after 2 seconds, because as you can see we setting by default we selected spawn pipe to 2 unit, but you can adjust in the inspector, okay, you can adjust in the inspector. So that's why we made it public, you can set any value you like, okay. So every after 2 seconds we will should able to see that message says spawn pipe every after 2 seconds, okay. But you can adjust, okay, you can adjust as how much time after you want to spawn every single pipe, okay. So when so if we now select this console, okay, select the console, and if we hit play in the top, we should able to see that message will print out in the console every after 2 seconds, okay, which says spawn pipe, as we typed over there, as you can see spawn pipe, okay. But you can type anything you want to say for if it's working or not. That's why we just have calling that message or function. As you can see, spawn pipe every after 2 seconds it's just popping out, as you can see. So instead of printing out message, what we do, we will spawn this pipe game object, okay. Basically we want to spawn this pipe prefab game object. To do so, we basically need this pipe prefab game object. Before that, what we will do, instead of printing out message, we will use to spawn pipe or spawn anything, we have to use this instantiate function, okay. This function over here, this function over here will take the game object you want to spawn as a first argument. So we have to give the pipe prefab game object as a first argument, okay. And the in the second argument it will take the position, basically from where you want to spawn. So we will make some points from here, and we will choose a random one from that point, huh? Nah, from that point we will spawn the pipe, okay. So from that point we will spawn the pipe. And the third thing, it will take the rotation, okay. So we're gonna pass quaternion dot identity, it's basically means no rotation. So before we instantiate, we need to assign those variables. So I'm gonna make it comment for now by double slash, okay. And we need to assign those variable, okay. We need to assign those variable in the start of the game. So we will go to top of the class, and we will make public game object, okay, public game object. And as you know, this pipe parent or pipe prefab game object, as you can see, this is an also an game object. Basically I am representing the whole game object, okay. So we're gonna delete from the scene view now, okay. Scene view or hierarchy, we want to spawn every after 2 seconds, okay. So basically we need this prefab, okay, pipe or pipe parent game object, or this pipe prefab. So this is an also game object, so that's why we have to type over there. And we will call this one to something like, we have to name it, let's suppose we're gonna call it something like pipe prefab, okay. And close that off with semicolon, okay. and we also need a point from where we want to spawn. Okay, so what we will do, we will go over to hierarchy, right click on that, okay, and create an empty game object, and we will name this to something like spawn point. Okay, spawn point, something like that. Okay, and go to transform of that component, right click and reset the transform, and select an icon for it, something like this one. I'm gonna select this red one, and make a child, some child game object, and move it over here, something like this. We will create 3 points. From those point or those position, we will spawn the pipe. Okay, we will choose a random one. From that point we will spawn the pipe. Okay, so right click on a spawn point and create an empty child game object, and we will move this over here, something like that. Okay, and we will select an icon for that. Go to inspector, select an icon for it. So we're gonna select this one, and we will move this one here, something like that, and control D to duplicate. So I'm gonna move this spawn point in the top hierarchy so we can see it. And to duplicate, okay, control D to duplicate, I'm gonna move it down, little bit down, and I'm also going to duplicate one more time. So we will create 3 point and move it down, something like this. So basically we want to spawn from this point. Sorry, we will choose a random one. From that point we will spawn the pipe. So basically we need this all of this point or all of this position, as you can see. So to hold up all of these things or all of this position, we need to create array. Basically it will hold many objects, one more than one. Okay, you can store position, you can store names, you can store floats, ins, whatever. Okay, so as you can see, these points or this all are position. As you can see, it has transform component which has position, rotation and scale, which is x, y and z, as you can see. So all of these are position, so we need to create an array for it. So we will put all of this position into that array. Okay, and we will choose a random one. From that point we will spawn the pipe prefab game object. Okay, so we will go over to script once again, and we need to define the array. So we will make it public, so we can set it inspector. That will be transform, and as you know, transform is responsible for position, rotation and scale, as you seen. Okay, and to make an array you have to make these square brackets. Okay, and you have to name the array. So let's suppose we're gonna call it something like spawn points. Okay, spawn points, and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save this. Okay, and head again to Unity. So we will able to see two field in spawner script will appear. Firstly, the first one will be the game object, which is pipe prefab. We have name it, so we need to drag this pipe game object or pipe prefab game object to that slot. And also we will able to see the point spawn point array. So we need to drag all of this point into that array. So if we select this spawner script, as you can see, pipe prefab which says none game object, so basically it's empty. So what we will do, we will select this pipe prefab game object and drag it into that field. Now we have the pipe prefab game object. Basically we have the pipe, now we can spawn, but we also need to drag all of this point into that array. As you can see, by default it's 0. Basically we don't have any points. So what we will do, so in the top right, as you can see, lock button. Okay, in inspector, so lock it first and select all of the points. Okay, select all of the points by holding down shift. Okay, and select all of them and drag it into that array. Now we have dragged all of the position into corresponding slot, as you can see, and after that unlock it. Okay, if we go to spawner script once again, as you can see, 0 is the first point. Okay, 0 is the first point, 1 is the second point, index of 1 is the second point, and index of 2 is the third point. As you can see, it just mapped up with an certain index. All of this point has been mapped up with an certain index. Basically 0 is the first one. Okay, 0 is the first one, and 1 is 1, index of 1 is the second point, and index of 2 is the third point, as you can see. So what we will do, we will choose a random. Before that, if it's working or not, we will check. So we will this we uncomment, so we gonna remove this those two slashes, and we will use this instantiate function. And as you know, this function will take the game object you want to instantiate. So we will pass this pipe prefab game object. As you seen, we have assigned it that, basically we have dragged that pipe game object to pipe prefab game object slot, as you seen. And the second thing, it will comma, and the second thing, it will take the position. Okay, so we have to pass this spawn points array. Okay, a spawn points array, and we have to make this square brackets. So we're gonna choose random. Before that, I'm gonna check. Okay, so let's suppose we're gonna spawn from this point, middle point. As you can see, if I select this middle point, as you know, this middle point index is 2. If we select this spawner script, as you can see, index of 1 is the middle point, which is this one. Okay, so we have to pass the index. So this one index is 1. So what we will do, in the square brackets, we have to pass the index. So let's suppose we're gonna pass this 1. So as you know, 1 is the middle point. Okay, and we have to type dot, because those are position, so that's why we have to type dot position. Okay, and third argument, it will take the rotation. So we're not gonna rotate something like that, so that's why we're gonna type quaternion dot identity. It's basically means no rotation. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save this. So when the time between spawn hits 0, we're just calling this spawn function. Okay, so what this spawn function is doing, it's just instantiating this pipe prefab game object. As you can see, at this point, which is the middle point, we have passed index 1. 1 is the middle point. Okay, and quaternion dot identity, basically it will take this instantiate function will take rotation as a third argument. We have passed quaternion dot identity. It basically means no rotation. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So we will able to see every after 2 seconds that pipe prefab game object will be spawned from this middle point. Okay, every after 2 seconds, because we have chosen this middle point, we have passed the index is 1, and as you know, index of 1 is the middle point. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and if we hit play in the top, we should able to see that pipe prefab game object will be spawned from this middle point every after 2 seconds, because we calling that spawn function every after 2 seconds, but you can adjust over there. Okay, so if it becomes 2 seconds, as you can see, from that point, the pipe prefab game object just is spawning again and again every after 2 seconds, as you can see. So instead of choosing particular one, we will choose an random. Okay, we will choose this 0 or this 1 or this 2. Basically we will create, what we will do, instead of choosing a specific one, we will create another float. Okay, sorry, not float, it will be integer, because whole number, it will be 0 1 2 3 4, it will be whole number. Okay, integer basically means whole number. And we will call this one to something like pipe index or pipe prefab index, something like that. So let's call it pipe index, and we will set equal to random dot range. Okay, random dot range. Okay, so this function over here will take the index. Okay, so it will take the minimum exclusive and float max exclusive. Okay, so what we will do, we will pass 0 as a minimum. Okay, and max, what we will do, we will pass spawn points dot length. I'm going to explain a bit a second. Okay, spawn point dot length we have to pass as a second argument, and close that off with semicolon. So this random dot range function will take, okay, it will so spawn point dot length over here means how many points we have. As we know, we have 3 points. As you can see, 1 2 3, we have 3 points. So this random dot range function will take 0 2 3. Okay, it will not include 3. Okay, but it will include 0. So this function over here will take between 0 1 and 2. So this will be, this random dot range will pick up a random number. It can be 0 1 and 2, and spawn points dot length over here means how many points we have. And as you know, we have 3 points, so this 1 3. So but it will not include 3, but it will include 2 1 and 0. So this random dot range function will pick up 0 1 or 2. Okay, so this and we're setting this pipe index, as you can see, which is an integer. Okay, so this pipe index will be an random number. Let's suppose random dot range function pickups 1. Okay, sorry, let's suppose random dot range function pickups 2. Okay, so the pipe index over here will be 2. Okay, so what we will do, we will replace this one with this pipe index. Okay, pipe index. Okay, pipe index. So this if the random dot range function pickups 2, okay, so this pipe index over here will be 2 because we directly sitting it, and this is an integer, as you can see this pipe index, which is whole number 0 1 2, like that. Okay, so we setting pipe index equal to random dot range and function, and this function will take the minimum. As a minimum we have passed 0, and spawn point to auth length basically means how many points we have. So if it's pickups 2, so this pipe index over here will be 2, so the spawn points over here, pipe index will be 2. So as you know, 2 is the third point, so the pipe will be spawned from the third point. But as you can see, this function random dot range function over here will pick up a random number, not specifically will pick up 2. It will take a random number from 0 to how many points we have. Okay, so this pipe index will be 0 1 or 2, so it will be random. So that's why this instantiate function will spawn the pipe at this index. So, and as you know, this will be an random one, it can be 0 1 or 2. So the pipe will be spawned from different point. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save this and head again to Unity. We should able to see the pipe game object will be spawned from different point. Okay, because random dot range function will pick up a random number. Okay, and we have passed as a minimum 0 because as you can see 0 is the first one, so that's why we have to type as a first argument 0, and we have type spawn point dot len as a second argument. Now if we hit play, we should able to see the pipe game object will be spawned from a random point because we have chosen that. Okay, and just wait for to compile, we will able to see that the pipe game object will be spawned from different point. Okay, so as you can see it's spawned from, as you can see the pipe is spawned from different point, as you can see. So for the third point, it's like too much lower, as you can see, and we will increase the time lap. Okay, basically we're not gonna spawn pipe every after 2 seconds, we will spawn pipe every after 3 seconds. Okay, and we will, what we will do, we will select this third point and we will move it over here, something like that. As you seen, we need to make the pipe that. Okay, so I'm gonna move this middle point something like over here, and I'm gonna move this top one little further from the middle one. Okay, so adjust them as according to the game. Okay, so now if we hit play, we should able to see they will nicely spawn from those point. Okay, it will be kept between them. So just wait for to compile and we should able to see that. Okay, so when it's done, so just wait for to compile. So as you can see, the pipe has spawned from the middle point. I guess we have chosen, so still this third point is too much low. Okay, so I'm gonna move this third point something like over here, and I'm gonna move this middle point over here, and I'm gonna move this top up little bit further. Now if I hit play, we should able to see the pipe will be spawned nicely. So just wait for to compile, and you can adjust it by yourself. Okay, and make the point, just play around with it, and you will get hang of it. So just wait, we should able to see every after 3 seconds it just is spawning. So I guess the top point is little bit high, so I'm gonna make it little bit low. So now it's fine, I just need to move this top point little bit like this, and I'm gonna move this middle point little bit like this. Now it's fine. Okay, and make a make a prefab of this spawner as well. Okay, so select the game object and drag it into that prefab folder. Okay, so if you lost from the scene or hierarchy, you can just directly drag it into scene or hierarchy. Okay, so that is the reason to make it prefab. So let's do for collision detection. Okay, collision detection or some basically we need to make score. Okay, so let's do that. So what we will do, if I drag the pipe prefab into this scene view or hierarchy, so we will add a collider to this game object. Okay, we will create an empty child game object. So I'm gonna move this pipe parent in the top hierarchy so we can see it. So what we will do, we will add a box collider 2D, and we're gonna set it to is triggered to true, and we will use on trigger inter 2D function. Okay, I will explain that in a bit second, just wait. Okay, so what we will do, we will add a collider to this game object. Okay, pipe parent. So hit this add component in pipe parent and add a box collider 2D. Find that box collider 2D, and we will resize the collider as the size. So we resize the collider, basically occupy this free space as you can see. Okay, and make it thickness pretty much thick, something like this. Okay, something like this, and set its trigger to true. Okay, set it is trigger to true, and what we will do, we will assign this game object as a pipe. Okay, something like that, something like point, something like that, we will assign that. So what we will do, we will go to tag, which is untag, go to inspector, and we need to assign. So hit this add tag, and we will tag this as a point, something like that. Okay, point, and save it, and head again to that game object once again, and assign that tag which is untag. We will assign whatever we have named it, we have named it point, so we will assign that. And after doing that, hit overrides and apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio if you open up the script. So what we will do, we will use on trigger into 2D function. Okay, so if we select the player game object and we have attached this player script as you can see, so we will for make it simple, we will create another script for it. Okay, and we will call it something like pipe collision, something like that. So go to assets, right click on it, create C# script, and we will name this to something like we will say something like bird collision. Okay, bird collision or player collision, something like that. So we will say bird collision, and hit enter, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, and you make sure you attach this script to player game object, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, so just double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So by default we will have this start function and update function as you can see. Okay, so what we will do, we will go back to Unity once again, and we need to attach this bird collision script to our player or bird game object. Okay, make sure that. So just wait for to compile, it will take a few seconds for compiling it, and select this player game object and drag this player bird collision script. Okay, to add component section, drag that bird collision script to add component section of player or bird game object. Okay, so just wait for to compile, it will take a few seconds. So if we select this player game object once again and drag that bird collision script to add component section. Okay, and attach that. After doing that, hit overrides in the top and apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So what we will do, let's remove this start and update function for now, we don't need that, and we will use this on trigger enter 2D function. Okay, on trigger enter 2D function. So this function get called whenever we trigger with something. Okay, so as you seen, we have set this game object which is pipe parent, and we have added a box collider, and we set it to is trigger to true, and we have assigned this game object as a point tag as you can see. So what we will do, so this function over here will get call or get trigger whenever we trigger with something, and we can extract info whatever we have triggered it with by going to this other. We can extract info something like name of the game object, whatever we have triggered it with, tag, as well as whatever we want. So let's suppose what we will do, we will say, so let's suppose we want to say whatever we have triggered it with, so we want to say in the console. Okay, so we will print out a message. So let's suppose we will say debug.log. Firstly we will go to other, then we will go to that transform, and we will access the name. Okay, or we will print out the name, or let's suppose we will print out this tag. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, and we will remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it, and as you can see, on trigger enter 2D function get call or get trigger whenever we trigger with something. And what we doing, we just printing out the name of the game object whatever we have triggered it with. Okay, as you can see, firstly we going to other, then we accessing that game object transform, and by that transform we just accessing the take, as you can see. So we just doing it console. So control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. We should able to see that name will pop out in the console says point, because we will definitely gonna trigger with that game object, and we set it is triggered to true in box collider 2D as you seen. So that function will call out, and if that function get triggered, we just printing out the name whatever we have triggered it in, not the name, we just printing out the tag name. So we, as you can see, we have assigned it point. We should able to see that point will print out in the console if we trigger with that, because we have assigned it that. Okay, we just printing out the name whatever we have triggered it with. So now if we trigger with that, okay, so if we, so we did some mistake. Okay, we did some mistake. If we select this player game object, okay, so we have attached this to our bird collision. So what we will do, on trigger enter 2D function, so we just messed over here. As you can see, on trigger enter, it should be 2D, not on, just as you can see, on trigger enter 2D. So we will use this on trigger enter 2D, not, and that is for 3D. Okay, so we have to use on trigger enter 2D. So this is for 2D game. Okay, so that's why. And we're gonna type debug.log. Let's suppose we want to extract. Okay, firstly we will go to other, then transform, and we will extract the tag of the game object. Okay, and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity and select the console. Okay, and hit play in the top. We should able to see if we trigger with that point game object or that pipe point, we have assigned it that as a point. Okay, that game object, we should able to see that message will pop out says point, because we just extracting the tag name. Okay, now if I hit play in the top, and if we play and if we trigger with that pipe parent game object, and we have added a box collider 2D to that pipe game object, and we set it assign it a trigger which says point. Now if we trigger with that, as you can see, point prints out in the console. If we trigger one more time, okay, so as you can see, just point printing out in the console, because we just extracting the tag name. As you can see, firstly we're going to other, then transform, then extracting the tag. Instead of doing that, what we will do, we will increase the something like, we will say add score, something like that. Before that, we will check, okay, if other, okay, if other dot game object, okay, if other dot game object dot tag, okay, dot tag, if it's equals to point, okay, if it's equals to point, and make this curly brackets. So what we doing, we just second, as you know, this on trigger enter 2D function will get called whenever we trigger with something, and we are checking whatever we have triggered it with, if that game object has a point tag. As we know, we have assigned that pipe parent game object as a point tag, we definitely gonna trigger with that. So we are checking if that game object has a point tag, which we know it has point tag. So what we will do, let's suppose we will print out a message in the console. So we have to type debug.log, in quotation we want to say something like add score, or add current score, or increase current score, something like that. So let's say increase current score, something like that. Okay, increase current score, something like that, and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. We should able to see if we trigger with that point, we just printing out the message says increase current score. Okay, you can type whatever you want to say. Okay, anything you can. So just wait for to compile. We should able to see that message will pop out when we trigger with that point. Okay, now if I hit play, and make sure you assign it that game object as a point tag, else it will not gonna work. Okay, it will check for that tag name. So now if we hit play, and if we press, so as you can see, increase current score just popping out in the console. As you can see, whenever we trigger with that point game object, okay, as you can see, because we set it to is trigger to true, make sure that. So instead of printing out message, what we will do, we will show up over here. So we need to work with UI. So to do that, what we will do, we need to create canvas. In that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements like text, images, okay, into that. So to create a canvas, to create a text, before we have to create the canvas, so go to hierarchy, right click on it, go to UI and select this, sorry, select this canvas. As you can see, I'm gonna move this canvas, okay, I'm gonna move this canvas in the top hierarchy. It will add the canvas as well as an event system, okay, as you can see. So we will go to canvas and go to canvas scaler, select constant pixel size to scale with screen size, okay, and choose resolution in the X as well as in the Y. So we're gonna choose for X something like 1920, and for Y we will choose 1080. And what we will do, now select the canvas and F2 focus on, okay, F2 focus on. As you can see, we have this canvas, we need to place all of the UI elements into this canvas, okay. So we will create the text element to visible, okay. So right click on canvas and create, go to UI and then legacy and then select this text, okay. Select this text and we will increase the size of this text. So select this rect tool in the right, as you can see, and make it stretch and hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from the center. As you can see, we're not able to see the text, okay. What we will do, we will select this, go to color fill, and we're gonna choose it something like white. As you can see, so it's pretty small, so we will increase the font size to size to something like 100, as you can see, and we will select font style to something like bold, and we will go to alignment, we're gonna select both of this center, okay, and we will move this one to top. To do that, go to rect transform and select this, okay, select this and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top one. So if we now resize this screen, as you can see, the text is resizing itself with the screen. So that is the reason selecting it, it will always be top in the top, as you can see, okay. So that is the reason to select that. And what we will do, we will resize this to something like much this, and we will select by default to 0, something like that, okay. So when we trigger with that point, as you seen, we will increase this text. So basically we need this text element reference, then we can set this over here. As you can see, we can set it to 1, then 2, then 3. Basically we need this text to set it so basically we need the reference of it, so we need to create a text element, okay. So we will go over to script once again. So in this but collision script, okay, but collision script, we need to get that text reference. So as you know, the text is an UI element, okay. So you need to make sure you have include the correct name spaces, okay. So you need to include using unity engine dot UI namespace, okay. So that this namespace will allow us to use the text element, okay. So make sure you included that using unity engine dot UI. So as you seen that that is an text element, okay. So we will make it public, so we can set in inspector, okay. So we can see in inspector that the component, we have to type the component name, which is text, and we have to name it. So let's suppose we're gonna call it something like current score, we have to name it, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to unity. We should able to see in the but collision, okay, player, but collision script, we will able to see and text element will be appear in that field says current score, we have name it. So we need to drag this text element to that field, so that then we will have the reference, then we can change this text to that, okay. So just wait for to compile, just wait for to compile. Now what we will do, if we go to player script, okay, sorry, player game object. As you can see, bird collision, we have current score which says none text. Okay, instead of naming current score, what we will name it something like, not going to say, we will set it to something like current text. Okay, current score text, something like that, because as you know that is an text element. So control S on your keyboard once again and head back to Unity. We should able to say we have changed the name to current score text. Okay, because this is an text element, so that's why. Okay, so name it accordingly, so it will be fine for you. So when it's done, as you can see current score text, so we need to drag the text. Okay, so firstly we gonna rename this to something like current, okay, something like current score txt, short for text. Okay, and select this player game object once again and select the bird collision and drag that current score text to this current score text field. Now we have the text reference of it. Okay, now we can set any value we like. So what we will do, we're gonna go to top of the class and we're gonna make an integer value, which, as you know, integer value is like 0 1 2 3 4. It's like whole number, not comes with decimal places. And what we will do, we will make it public. You can make it private, it doesn't need to be public. Okay, so let's make it public for explanation. That will be an integer which is whole number 1 2 3 4, like that. I'm going to call this one to something like current score. Okay, current score, and close that off with semicolon. And by default you can set value, any value. So we will set it to 0. As you know, when we start the game we will have current score 0. Okay, we will have 0 score, so that's why by default we going to set it to 0. So equal to, you can set it to 0, or you can leave as it is. As it is, if you leave it, will be by default selected to 0. Okay, it will by default marked as 0. Okay, so the current score over here will be 0 if you don't set any value like that. Okay, so what we will do, as you can see, when we triggering with that point, okay, or colliding with that point, we just printing out the message says increase current score. Instead of printing out this message, we will score the we will increase this current score, okay, by 1. Okay, we will increase this one by 1. So what we will do, we will set current score. Okay, current score plus equal 1, you can set, or you can say current score plus plus, it's also mean the same case. Okay, and make sure close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So we will able to see in bird collision script, and current score field will appear. By default it will be 0 because we haven't set any default value, so that's why it will pick up by default 0. Okay, so when we trigger with that point, we should able to see it will increase by 1, because we just adding 1 when we trigger with that point. Okay, so as you can see current score plus plus plus, or you can say current score plus equal 1, it also mean the same case. Okay, so now if we hit play in the top, we should able to see current score will be increased by 1 unit. Okay, when we trigger with that point game object. Okay, when we trigger with that point game object, so just wait for to compile. So if we now trigger with that point, we should able to see, as you can see in the inspector, current score becomes 1. And then if we trigger for next time, as you can see it's become 2, and third time as you can see it's become 3, then 4. Then if we trigger with one more time, as you can see it's become 5. So instead of showing up over here, we will show in this text format. So as we know, we have this reference of this text, so we can directly set that to this value. Okay, so what we will do, we will go over to script once again and we will use this update function. Okay, and as you know, update function get, sorry, we will use this update function. And as you know, update function get call every single frame, so that's why we're going to use that. So what we will do, we need to keep track of how many current score we have. Okay, so what we will do, we will set this current score text. Okay, current score text dot text. Basically what we doing, we just going to this text. Okay, so if I select this current score text, basically we going to this text and this text. Okay, basically this text we're going to that, and what we will do, we will set that equal to this current score. Okay, so current score, and close that off with semicolon. So current score, as you can see, it will be by default 0. Okay, so this current score text dot text will be 0 because in the start of the game we will have 0 score. So this current score will be 0, and so this current score text dot text will be 0 because we directly setting it current score text dot text equal to current score, as you can see. But as you can see, it will not be converted to this text element because this one is string. Okay, and this one current score is an integer value, as you can see. This is an integer value, so we need to convert this integer value to string, so it will be equal, or else it will give you an error. So that's why, so what we need, we just have to type dot to string, so it will convert this integer value and make this first bracket to a string. So this current score will be an string. So let's suppose if the bird collide for the first time, okay, to that point, so current score will be 1, so the current score over here will be 1, so the text over here current score text dot text will be 1, because as you can see we directly setting it. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So that current score text dot text basically means this text, as you seen we have drag it to that text field, this text as you seen. Okay, so that text over here means this text, and we're setting this text to our current score, which by default will be 0 in the start of the game. Okay, but when we trigger with this point, we should able to see it will increase by 1. Okay, so now if I hit play, if I go to bird collision script, okay, as you can see current score by default it's 0. Now if I hit play in the top, when we trigger with that point, we should able to see this current score will increase by 1, so the text over here will be 1, because we directly setting it current score text dot text, we setting it to our current score, which is, as you know. Okay, so now if I collide for the first time, as you can see it's updating in the text, as you can see it's became 1, and if we trigger for the second time, as you can see it's became 2, then 3, and if we trigger with the fourth time, as you can see it's became 4. Now the text is just updating with in our text. Okay, so we not dying anymore, as you can see when we collide with the pipe as well as with the ground, we just not dying, so we will make this one. Okay, let's create a die function. So open up the player script or the bird script. Okay, double click that to open up that script. So open up the part. So if we go to, so if we select this player, as you can see we have, so we will create a die function. Okay, we will create a die function. So let's go to down void, and we will call this one to die. Okay, we will call this one to tie and make this first bracket and this curly brackets. Okay, so what we will do, if it's working or not, firstly we're gonna check. So let's suppose we're gonna print out a message in the console says debug.log. Okay, debug.log, let's say player diet or bar diet. Okay, player diet, and close that off with semicolon, and we need to call this function when we die. Okay, so when we should call this function, when we collide with the ground or we will hit with the bird. Okay, so if we go to Unity, control S on your keyboard to save your code, and assign ground. Okay, assign ground game object as a ground tag, as well as you have to assign pipe game object as a pipe tag. Okay, make sure that before you creating the die function. So just wait for to compile, it will take a few seconds for compiling it. So if we select the ground, okay, if we select this ground, as you can see it's untagged. Okay, so we need to tag as a ground tag. So select all of them. Okay, select all of them, and go to inspector, click on untag and add tag, and we will name this to something like, hit that plus icon, we will name this to ground and save it, and head again to those game object and assign untag to ground tag. Okay, now we have assigned it this ground as a ground tag. We also need to assign this pipe game object, okay, as a pipe tag. So if we open up the pipe prefab game object, or this pipe, I'm gonna delete from the scene view now. Okay, if I open up the pipe prefab by double clicking on it, okay, select both of the pipe, okay, select both of the pipe and go to inspector, click on untag and add tag, and we will name this to something like pipe and save it and head again to that game object once again and assign that untag to pipe. Now we have assigned this both of this pipe as a pipe tag. So what we will do, we will use on collision inter 2D function. So if we go back to script once again, we will go to down, okay, and we will use this on collision enter 2D function. Okay, this function get called whenever we collide with something. Okay, whenever we collide with something, this function get called or get triggered. So you can extract info whatever you have collided with by going to this other. You can extract info like example for name, tag, collider, anything you can think of. Let's suppose we want to print out the name whatever we have collided with, the name of the game object. So we will print out tag of that game object. Okay, so we have to type debug.log for printing out in console. So firstly we will go to other, then we will go to that game object transform, and by that transform we will access that tag whatever we have assigned it. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. And in front of this, okay, in front of this we will add a custom message. So you have to do plus this plus sign, so it will add up to your tag. So player collided with something like, we will say player collided, sorry, collided, sorry, collided with, okay, player collided with this. Okay, other dot transform dot tag. As you can see, we have written a custom message in front of the whatever we have collided. We just printing out the name of that game object tag, and in front of that in front of that we just adding this custom message says player collided with and the tag of the game object we have collided with. So control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So we should able to see that message will print up says player collided with and the tag of the game object whatever we have collided with, because that function get called whenever we collide with something. And basically on collision inter 2D function get called whenever we collide with something, and we just printing out the name of the game object whatever we have collided with. Now if I select the console in the bottom and if I hit play in the top, we should able to see if we collide with this ground, we will able to see ground name will pop up because we have assigned this ground as a ground tag and we just printing out the name ground. Okay, as well as goes for the pipe. Okay, so if we collide with the pipe first, okay, then ground we should able to see in the console. As you can see, player collide with the pipe as well as player collided with this ground. Okay, as you can see, whenever we collide with that, we just printing out the message. So instead of printing out message, we will die. Okay, we will die, so we will call this function, this die function, as you can see. And what die function it will do, it will print out the message in the console says, as you can see, player tired. So instead of printing out message, we firstly we will check. Okay, firstly we will check if other dot collider dot tag, if it's equals to ground, or we have to double slash, sorry, double para, sorry, you have to double, you have to make this, sorry, I just, okay, we did some mistake. Or what, make this curly brackets. Okay, and copy this line of code. Okay, copy this line of code and paste in down, and we will change this to something like pipe. Okay, we will change this to something like pipe. So basically what we doing, so as you know, this function get called whenever we collide with something, and we are checking both of this is if statement. As you can see, if we colliding with the ground, so whatever we have collided, if that game object has a tag, if that collider has tag, as you can see, ground, which we assign it ground, our ground as a ground tag, as well as goes for the same pipe, as you can see. And if we collide it with that pipe, we are checking if the collider has tag which is pipe, and as we know, we assigned that pipe game object as a pipe tag, so we definitely gonna hit that ground as well as for the pipe. So what we will do, in that case we will call this die function. And what die function it will do, it will print out the message in the console says player tired, as you can see, debug.log player tired. So let's call this function both in both of this if statement. Okay, when we collide with the ground, we will call this die function as well as for the pipe. So let's call that. So we have to type the function name and make first bracket and close that off with semicolon, and then copy this line of code and paste it for pipe as well by control V, control C to copy, control V for paste, and control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. Okay, so if we hit again to Unity, we should able to see when we collide with the ground, or when we collide with the pipe, we just calling that die function. And what die function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says player tied. You can say whatever you want to say. So for testing, we just printing out that message. So select the console. Okay, select the console and hit play in the top. We should able to see whenever we collide with that pipe or ground, we should able to see that message will pop up in the console. Okay, so now if we collide with the ground, as you can see player diet message print up because we calling that function. And if we collide with the pipe as well, as you can see player diet message just printing up in the console. Okay, so as you can see, so instead of printing out message, what we will do, we will stop spawning pipe, as well as we will stop basically we're not gonna stop this one. Okay, so basically we want to stop this ground moving, as well as we want to stop spawning pipe. So we will create another script for it, and we will call it game manager. It will be responsible for if game is active or not. Okay, if it not, we will stop moving this ground, as well as we will stop moving that pipes. Okay, or we will stop spawning that pipes. So what we will do, so if you see closely, if I hit play, okay, if I hit play in the top, we also should delete that pipe game object. Okay, whenever it's over here, because we're not deleting that pipe game object. Okay, so if I hit play, we should able to see the pipe will goes out of the screen, and we need to delete that. If we don't do that, the game will be laggy because it will hold too many game object, as you can see. Sorry, as you can see, we not deleting this pipe. We also need to delete this pipe from our scene view as well as in hierarchy. So it's not deleting, so the game will be laggy because it will hold too many game object, as you can see. So what we will do, whenever the pipes over here, okay, whenever the pipes over here, we will delete that. So if I select pipe prefab, okay, pipe prefab, and if I drag it into this in view, as you can see, and if I select this one, and if this over here something like -20, okay, -20, as you can see, if this pipe over here, what we will do, we will destroy this pipe. So we have attached a pipe script, as you can see, to this game object. So we will open that up. So double click that to open that up, and we will go to update function. Okay, update function, as you can see, because update function get call every single frame, so that's why we're going to use that. Okay, so what we will do, we will check. Okay, so if we will use if condition, and transform, we will check transform dot position dot x if it's lesser than or equal to. Okay, so as you seen, if the pipe over here -20, which is -20 not, let's suppose -18, as you can see -18, if the pipes over here, if the position, so the transform over there means this transform. Basically, as you can see, we have attached this pipe script to this game object, so the transform over there referencing this transform, and we going to this position and we accessing the x position. And if the transform dot position dot x, as you can see, if it's lesser than or equal to minus 18 amp as you seen, okay, if that is the case, if basically if the pipe over here, what we will do, we will destroy the pipe. Okay, so we will so make this curly brackets and we have to use destroy function. Okay, so we have to use destroy, and then this function over here, it will take the game object you want to destroy. So basically as you can see, this we want to destroy this pipe game object, whole parent pipe game object. Okay, so we have to pass this dot game object, this dot game object, and close that off with semicolon. Okay, so basically this dot game object, it's referencing itself. As you can see, we have attached the pipe script, our pipe parent game object, as you can see. So there this dot game object, it's referencing itself game object. Okay, this is whole game object, the pipe parent. So we just destroying that, we're using this destroy function, and destroy function will destroy the game object. Okay, so control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. We should able to see the game object will be destroyed, or the pipe game object will be destroyed whenever the pipe's position in the x becomes minus 18. Okay, as you can see, because we're checking if the position of the transform position than x, if it's lesser than or equal to minus 18, we are destroying that. So if we now hit play in the top, we should able to see that pipe game object will be destroyed if the position of that pipe in the x becomes lesser than or equal to 18, as you seen. Okay, we should able to see the pipe game object will be destroyed. So দুটো কলা আছে ওটা নিচে. So if we destroy, if the pipe position becomes minus 18, we should able to see this pipe game object will be destroyed by automatically. So as you can see, whenever the pipe's position becomes minus 18, it's just destroying itself, as you can see. So it's fine, now it's perfect for us because we're destroying that game object. So I'm gonna delete this pipe game object from this scene view now, or hierarchy. And what we will do, we will stop moving the ground when we collide with the ground, as well as goes for the same case pipe game object. Okay, so what we will do, we will create a script and we will call it game manager. So go to assets. Okay, firstly create a script folder, head over to that script folder, right click on it, create C# script, name that to something like game manager. Okay, and go to hierarchy, right click on it or hit this plus icon. Okay, and create an empty game object and name that to something like game manager. Go to transform of that component, right click on that and reset the transform. Okay, sorry, this is game object, we need to go to transform component and select an icon for it. You can select an icon you like, so I'm gonna select this blue one and attach that game manager script to this game manager game object. So by directly drag that game manager script to add component section, or you can do hit this add component and find the script whatever you have named it. We have named it game manager, so we're gonna attach that. I'm gonna drag this game manager script in the top hierarchy. So what we will do, we will create a bool parameter. Okay, it will be true or false. Bool parameter, it will be true or false. Okay, so double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we will go to game manager script. We will delete this two function. Okay, we will remove these two function, we don't need it, and we will make a bool parameter and we will make it public, so we can call through another script, or we can set through another script as well. So that's why we need to make it public. Okay, public, and that will be bool. Okay, bool basically it can be true or false. Okay, and you have to name the bool. So let's suppose we're gonna call it something like game active, and by default you can set any value you like it. You can set it to true or false. By default we're going to set it to true. Okay, so the game active, by default it will be true, but when we collide with that ground or pipe game object, we should able to say set this game active parameter to false. Basically we're gonna set this game active parameter to false. Okay, when we collide with that pipe game object. Okay, pipe or ground. So control S on your keyboard to save your code. And if we head again to Unity, and if we open up the player script, okay, if we open up the player script over here, as you can see, when we type, we just printing out this passage. So what we will do, we will set that parameter to false when we collide with the ground, as you can see, as well as goes for the pipe. So in the die function, we will set that parameter, game active parameter, to false. So we need to go over to game manager script. By this script, we need to access this game active parameter, bool parameter. We need to get access that. As you can see, we set by default public, so we can access that. Okay, so if we go to player script, so we will find that object. So we have to use this statement. Okay, find object of type, which is game manager. As you can see, game manager. So we have to type the name, script name, which is game manager, and we have to make this a square, first bracket. And that game manager script, we have set that parameter, which is game active, as you seen. So you have to type dot, and we can access that parameter, as you can see. So what we will do, we will set this parameter, game active parameter, to false. Okay, we will set a game active parameter to false. So basically, when we calling this type function, when we collide with this ground as well, for the pipe, okay, we are calling this function type function. And what type function is doing, firstly it's just printing out the message in the console, says player diet. And after that, we finding that game manager script, and we setting that game active parameter to false, as you can see. So control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. Okay, head again to Unity. So as you can see, game active by default, it's checked basically true. You can set it to false, but in the start of the game, we will set it to true. Okay, when we collide with the pipe, we will set this game active parameter to false, basically unchecked. Okay, so if we now hit play, as you seen, we calling that type function. If that type function is calling, we just setting this game active parameter. We firstly finding this game manager script, then we setting this game active parameter to false, basically unchecked, when we collide with the pipe, as well as goes for the ground. Okay, now if we collide with the ground, as you can see, game active get unchecked, basically false, it's get false. So what we will do, if this game active is false, basically unchecked, so what we will do, we will stop moving this ground. Okay, so as we have created a ground script. Okay, if we go to ground, as you can see, we have created this script, so we're gonna open that up. Okay, so we're gonna open that up. As you can see over here, we're just moving the ground in the left side. As you can see, before that, what we will do, we will check if the game is active or not. So we have to use this if condition, and we will find the object, which is our game manager script. So we have to find that game manager script. Okay, game manager script, and make this first packet, and then we will access that game active parameter, which is game active, and we will check if it's equals to false. Okay, so and make this curly brackets. So what we're doing, we just checking. Firstly, we finding the game manager script, as you can see, and then we accessing the game active parameter. And if it's equals to false, basically if the game active parameter is false, so when we collide with the ground as well as pipe, we setting this game active parameter is false, as you seen. And if the game active parameter, as you can see, if it's equals to false, what we will do, we will stop moving. Basically we don't want to execute this line of code. This line of code is responsible for moving the ground sorry, in the left side. Okay, so we don't want to execute it anymore. When we collide, we setting this game active parameter to false. So what we will do, we have to type just return. Okay, we have to type return. Basically after return means this line of code, this line of code, all of this line of code will not be executed, it will return from this. Okay, so this line on will not be execute. And if you know, if it not executing, it will not move in the left side, as you you can see, we using transform dot translate, which takes the direction, and we multiply it with the speed and time dot delta time. So this line will not be execute. Basically it will not be execute, or it will stop calling this line when we type return. After return, this line, this all of this line of code will not be executed. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when the game active parameter we setting it to false, we just stop moving that ground. Okay, so now if we collide with the ground or pipe, we should able to see we just stop moving the ground in the left side. Okay, we because we just typing return, and after return basically means it will not be executed. Okay, so now if I hit play in the top, we should able to see the ground will stop moving in the left side when we collide with the ground, as well as goes for the pipe, because we setting game active parameter is false, and if it's false we just is returning. Okay, so now if I hit play, and as you can see when we collide with the ground, okay, we just stop, the ground just stop moving. But we should do for the same case pipe. As you can see, we will stop spawning pipe, as well as we will stop moving the pipe, as you can see. So let's do the same case for pipe. So we will go to pipe prefab game object. Okay, and as you can see we have attached this pipe game object, and we will open that up by double click it on it. Okay, so as you can see we moving the pipe, okay, in the left side. Before we move, we will check. Okay, we will check if the game is active or not. So when we collide with the pipe or ground, we just setting that game active parameter to false. So we will check it over here. If so, firstly we need to find the script, which is game manager. So we have to find the game manager script first. Sorry, so we have to find the game manager script first, then we have to set, just wait a so we have to find the game manager script and make this first bracket, and then we're gonna access that game active parameter. Okay, game active parameter, and if it's equals to false, if that is the case, so what we will do, make this curly brackets, we will type return. And as you know, after return basically means this line of code, after return this line of code will not be executed, so it will moving in the left side. Okay, it will stop moving in the left side, as you can see. So this line of code will not be executed, and this line of code is responsible for moving the ground, moving the pipe in the left side, which will stop running. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code. Okay, so if your code, and head again to Unity once again. Okay, so the pipe will be stop running in the left side, and we also need to stop spawning that pipe when we die. Okay, when we set that game active parameter to false. And as you know, if we collide with the ground as well as for the pipe, we just setting that game active parameter to false. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and if we hit play in the top, we should able to see that game active, the pipe, okay, the pipe game object will be stop moving in the left side, as well as the ground. Okay, so when we collide with this, uh, so just wait for to come pipe. Okay, we should able to see, uh, should able to see, as you can see, the pipe just stop spawning. But as you saw, no stop spawning, it just stop moving in the left side. But as you can see, it just spawning, the pipe is still spawning in the hierarchy or scene view, as you can see. So in that case the game will be laggy, because it will hold too many game objects. Okay, so what we need, when the game dies, or this player game active parameter becomes false, well, what we will do, we will stop spawning pipe. Okay, so we will need to go to spawner script. So we will go over to spawner script. Okay, as you can see, we have this spawner script. In that script we just spawning pipe, so we will check that. So double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Before we spawn pipe, as you can see, we calling this spawn function, and in spawn function just spawning the pipe at the at those point. Okay, so we will check, before we spawn, we will check if the game is active or not. basically if we diet or not. So we will go over to top of the class, or not top of the class, top of the update method, and we will check if, so we have to find the game manager script 5, sorry, game manager script first. Then we need to check that parameter. So make this first bracket, and where that is game active parameter, and if it's equals to false, if that is the case, what we will do, we will type return. So make this curly brackets and type return, and as you know, after return this line will not be executed. So this function over here stop will be executed, and as you know, this function is responsible for respawning the pipe, so it will not be executed. Basically it's not will call, so that's why it will stop spawning pipe. Okay, so we are checking, firstly we going to game manager script. Okay, and we are checking if the game active parameter, if it's false, then we just returning, and after return this line of code will not be executed. So as you know, it will stop spawning pipe. Okay, so when we setting this game active parameter to false, when we collide with the ground as well as for the pipe, we just setting this game active parameter to false. And if it's false, as you can see, if game manager dot game active parameter, if it's equals to false, then we typing return. Basically after return means this line of code will not be executed anymore, so it will stop running. So it will stop spawning the pipe, as you can see. So control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to unity. We should able to see we will stop moving the ground as well as pipe, and goes for the same case, we will stop spawning the pipes. Okay, so you should do that, or else the game object sorry, or else the game will be laggy because it will hold too many game objects. So you need to delete after some time, or hit play in the top, and also you have to you have to delete that game object. Okay, so now if I hit play, okay, if I hit play, and if I move like this, we should able to see the pipe will stop moving, as well as it will stop spawning. As you can see, it just stop spawning, it's not spawning anymore. But we can still jump, as you can see, we can still jump, and we can still do that. So what we will do, we also do that for same case. So if we open up the player script, we will open up the player script, okay, by double click it on it. And what over here, as you can see, if we pressing the space key, then we calling this jump function. And as you know, jump function just in just setting the y velocity of the part with jump height unit. Okay, so before that, what we will do, if the game is active or not, we will check. Okay, before that, if we press the space key or not. So before that, we will check if, firstly we have to find the script which is game manager, as you know. So we have to type this find object of type, and the object of type is game manager script, and make this first bracket, and we will check if that game active parameter, we have to access that, and make sure you made the game active parameter bool parameter to public. Okay, so that's why we able to access it, else we will not be able to access that. Okay, and we will check if that game active parameter, if it's equals to false, means the game active parameter is false. So make this first bracket. So what we will do, we will type return, and as you know, after return, this line of code will not be executed anymore. So if we press space key, it will call the jump function, but it will stop when we set the game active parameter to false. It will just type. So as you know, after return, this line will not be executed. So this jump function over here will not be called, as well as goes for the space key, it will not check for space key. Okay, so we just typing return. Basically after return means this line will not be executed anymore. So when we setting this game active parameter to false, when we collide with the ground, as well as goes for the pipe, as you can see, we calling this die function. Okay, for both of these cases. And what die function is doing, firstly it's just printing out the message in the console, says player diet, as you can see, debug.log. And after that, we setting the game active parameter to false, as you can see. firstly we're going to game manager script, and then we're setting that game active parameter bool parameter to false, as you can see. And if the game active parameter, as you can see, if it's equals to false, then we just typing return. Basically after return means this line of code will not be executed anymore. Okay, so and make sure in game active game manager script you set this game active parameter to public. Okay, so you will able to access this game active parameter another class, so that's why you need to make it public. So control S on your keyboard to save your code. Okay, save your code and head again to unity. We should able to see when we die, basically we calling that die function, and die function just setting the game active parameter to false. And if it false, we just typing return. Basically after return will not be executed, so if we press space key it will not be worked anymore. Ha, will not be anymore, or will not be executed anymore. Now if we hit play, we should able to see we will stop jumping in the y-axis if we die, because we're setting that game active parameter to false. Okay, so now if I press space key, as you can see in the start of the game, with game active parameter is true, so that's why we are able to jump. But when we collide with the pipe or ground, we should able to see if we press space key on your keyboard, as you can see we're not able to jump anymore, because we're setting that game active parameter to false. And if it false, we just typing return, as you seen. Okay, so in the next thing, well, just in the next thing we will pop up the game over screen. Okay, okay, so let's create the UI. Before that, you have to create the canvas. Go to hierarchy, right click on it, or hit this plus icon, go to UI, then select this canvas. Okay, and go to canvas scaler, and select constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and choose resolution to X and Y, 1920 by 1080. Okay, after doing that, we will create the panel. Okay, we will create a panel. So right click on canvas, go to UI, then select this panel. Okay, and select the panel if to focus on. As you can see, what we will do, we will resize this panel. So select this rect tool in the right side, as you can see, and resize that. Hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from its center, as you can see. Okay, what we will do, we will create two button. Okay, so we're gonna make this type something like that. Okay, and go to color field of that panel. You can increase the alpha channel, as you can see. I'm gonna make it transparent like this, as you can see. So let's make it a little bit larger, something like this. And what we will do in this panel, we will add that game over text. So right click on that panel. Okay, right click on that panel and go to UI, then select this image. Okay, not this, I'm not gonna do that text mesh. Basically we want to, so I'm gonna delete this. So right click on panel. Okay, go to UI and select this image, and select this image. So I'm gonna replace this image, as you can see, source image, or which says none sprite. So I'm gonna drag this sprite in the UI, as you can see, game over, drag it into that slot field. I will have link in the description of this, all of this sprite, you can go and check that out. Okay, and what we will do, say set this native size. Okay, so click on that, as you can see, and we will make it a little bit bigger, something like hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from center, as you can see. And we will move this in top of this panel. To do so, you have to go to rack transform, then click on that. Okay, and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this one, top one, so it always resize from that top center. Okay, so if I resize this screen, as you can see, it always stay in that top center, and it will resize itself according to this top center. Okay, so I'm gonna move it down little bit, and I'm gonna make it little bit size, something like this. Okay, and now it's fine. So it will always be top of the panel. Okay, because we have chosen that one. So what we will do, in that panel we will add two buttons. Okay, two buttons, one for the replay button and one for the home button. Okay, so right click on panel, go to UI and select this legacy and then select the button. Okay, so I'm gonna resize this button. Okay, so hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from center, and what we will do, we will choose this one to left. Okay, select this, go to rect transform and hold down alt on your keyboard and select top sorry, bottom left. As you can see, I'm gonna select this. Okay, and I'm gonna move it something like this, and I'm going to rename this button to something like home button, something like that, home button. Okay, and we will go to text of that button and we will resize that. As you can see, we will go to font size and we will make it something like 50. As you can see, now we are able to see. Let's make it a little bit bigger, something like 70, not 570, 70. And we will select font style to bold, and we will rename this text to button to something like a home. Okay, home. And now it's fine. We will go to, what we will do, we will duplicate this button. Okay, we will duplicate, so control D to duplicate, and we will move this one to right side, right bottom. Okay, so go to rect transform of that button. Firstly, we will rename this button to something like go to that, and we will rename this to retry button. Okay, and say go to rect transform, select on that, click on that and hold down all your keyboard, and in this case we will choose right bottom. Okay, right bottom one, as you can see. And we will rename this text to something like, go to text fill, and we will rename this to something like retry. Okay, retry, something like that. And we will move this button, select that button and move it something like this, and match up with that button, as you can see in the right. So we have the home button as well as a retry button, and we can add a click event over here, as you can see, on click to that button, and we can trigger a function, and that function will be responsible for changing the scene or retrying that scene. Okay, so what we will do, we will rename this panel to something like game over panel or game over, something like that. Okay, so let's call it something like game over. Okay, game over UI, something like that. Okay, game over UI. And what we will do, by default we're going to set it to false. As you can see, you can uncheck this and you can check it. So when we die, okay, when the bird collide with this crown or that pie, we will set this one to true, as you can see. When and if we retry, we will reload the scene. Okay, so by default we're going to set unchecked, basically false. Okay, unactive, as you can see. So when we die, okay, we will set this one to active. So if we go to player script, okay, and double click that on it. Okay, double click that on in. So if we open up the player script, so as you can see, when we die, we setting this game active parameter to false. Okay, game active parameter to false. Firstly, we just printing out the player time message, and after that we just setting that game active parameter, bool parameter, to false. What we will do next time, we will add that basically we want to set this one. Okay, game over UI to true. As you can see, basically we need this game object reference, then we can set it to false or true, as you can see, check or uncheck. So we need that game object. Basically this is also an game object, so that's why. So we're gonna assign that in the top of the class. So we will go to top of the class and we will make it public, so we can set an inspector that will be game object. Okay, and we will call this one to something like game over UI, and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save this, and uh, assign that in player script. Drag the game over UI to game over UI slot. Okay, then we will have the reference, then we can set it to true or false depending upon if we die or not. Okay, so just wait for to compile, we will able to see that. So when it's done, just drag that into that slot. Okay, so just wait for to compile. And if we go to player script. Okay, player script, as you can see, game over UI which says none. So what we need to drag this game over UI to game over UI slot. Now we have the reference, now we can set it to false or true. So we will go to script once again. Okay, we will go to script once again, and over here as you can see, we calling this die function, and what we doing in die function, we setting this game active parameter to false, and after doing that we will set that game over UI to true. Okay, so we will go to game over UI, firstly game over UI. Okay, and we will set this one to, okay, set active, we have to use this function, and we will set this to something like true. So it will it's basically means it will check itself, basically like this. If we go to game over UI, it will set itself checked, basically true, as you can see. Okay, so over here true means it will set checked. Okay, so firstly going to game over UI, and we setting that active to true, set active to true, so it will basically check itself. So control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when we die, that game over UI will be set active to true, basically checked. Okay, when we die. Okay, when we die, that will be set active by default to true. So just wait for to compile, and it will take a few seconds. Okay, it will take a few seconds. So now if we hit play in the top, we should able to see when we die, that game over UI panel will be set active to true, basically itself it will be checked. Okay, so now if we die. Okay, so as you can see, as you can see, game active over UI panel get active to true, but this button's not working. If we click on retry, it's not reloading that scene, as well as goes for to the home button. So what we will do, we will add an event to this button. Okay, so we will make another script for it, and we will attach that to our game over UI. So if I set this one to active, I'm gonna delete this text mesh pro. I don't need it right now, so we're gonna delete this. Okay, and we will unchecked, now it's fine. Okay, so what we will do, we will attach a game over UI script to this game over UI game object. Okay, so go to script folder once again, right click on it, create C# script, name that to something like game over as UI as the name of that game object, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, and attach that game over script to game over game object. So drag it to add component section. So firstly we need to open that up, so double click that to open up in Visual Studio, heading into Unity, and it will compile for a second, and attach that script to game over UI game object. Okay, attach that script. So just wait for to compile. We need to hook that up to our retry button on click event. Okay, so just wait for to compile. I will explain for a bit. So if we go to script once again, we will remove these two function for now, start and update function we don't need. Okay, and we will remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need that, and we will make a separate function for home button as well as for retry button, and we will make it public. Because we want to make it public, we need to call through this button. If we select this home button or retry button, over there as you can see on click, so we need to call from here. So if I hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object, so we will drag this game over UI script. Okay, and into UI script, and we will go to that script, and we will access that function. So that's why we need to make it public. So we will make it public, and for function we have to type void, and we will call this function to something like retry button. Okay, retry button, something like that, and make first bracket and this curly brackets. So what we will do in this function, okay, we want to reload the scene. Okay, we want to reload the scene. Basically, if this is an simple scene, as you can see in hierarchy, so we want to reload this scene itself. So what we need to include to reload the scene or to do something in that scene, we have to use this, we have to include these namespaces using Unity engine. Okay, using Unity engine dot scene management, we have to include this namespace. Okay, else it will not work. So what we will do in basically, if it's working or not, firstly we want to print out a message. Okay, so we have to type debug.log. Okay, debug.log, and we will say something like retry or reload scene, something like that. reload scene, okay, for retry button, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to your save your code and head again to Unity. So if we select this retry button, okay, if we select this retry button, and if we need to call that function which is retry button. We made the function, we need to call it. And what we doing in that function, we just printing out the message says reload scene, okay. So we need to go to retry button, and we have to on click, we have to hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object in which game object we have attached that script. As you know, we have attached the game over script, UI script, to this game over a UI game object. So that's why we need to drag that in that slot game object, and we go select n function. So we're gonna go to so what we need, if we go to game over, we haven't attached that game over UI script to this game over UI game object, so we need to drag that, okay. So select the game over UI game object and drag that game over UI script to add component section. Now we have attached this to our game over UI, okay. Now if we go to that, and if we go to, as you can see, now we have the game over UI script. As you can see, in that script we have made a retry function, as you can see, retry button. So we will select that function, okay. So when we press this retry button, we should able to see that message will pop out, because we calling this function, okay, public void retry button. And what this function is doing is just printing out the message in this console saying reload scene, okay. Now if we hit play in the top, and if we press this retry button, we will able to see that message will pop out in the console says reload scene, because we calling it over here on click event, as you can see. So if I now press retry button, okay, retry button, okay, as you can see in the, if I select this console and clear it, now if I press retry button, as you can see, it says reload scene. I can click on multiple times, and we need to do for same thing for home button, okay. So it's working now. So what we will do, instead of printing out message, we will reload the scene. So we have to include this namespaces, make sure that using Unity engine dot scene management, okay. So after saying that message, what we will do, we will reload the scene. So we have to use this scene manager, okay, scene manager dot load scene, and you have to pass the index or the name of the scene, okay. So as you can see, the name of the scene is sample scene, or what you have to do, you can pass the index as well. If we go to file in the top left, as you can see, and if we go to build setting, or you can press Control Shift plus B, okay. As you can see, by default we have the scene sample scene, okay, as you can see, and the index of it 0, as you can see, okay. So we can pass the index, or as well as we name of the scene, which is sample scene, as you can see. So what we will do, instead of doing that, we will firstly go to scene manager, okay, scene manager, and we will get the active scene, okay, active scene. And we have to make this first bracket and this build index, okay, build index, and close that off with semicolon. So what this is doing, what this function will do, it will load the scene. Firstly we getting the current scene, okay, as you can see, scene manager dot get active scene, which is and we are getting the current build index, which is 0 in whichever scene we are in. So as we know, we are in sample scene which index is 0, so the build index over here will be 0. So it's just reloading itself the current scene, as you can see. After printing out the message reload scene, we just calling this function, okay. We just using this function scene manager dot load scene, and this function will load the scene at the name of buildings. It will load the current scene, okay. So Control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. We should able to see when we press this retry button, we will reload the scene, whole scene, okay. So just wait for to compile. When we press space retry button, we should able to see we will reload the whole scene, okay. So just wait for to compile, and if we hit play in the top, okay, if we hit play in the top, we should able to see when we press the retry button, we calling that function in game over UI script, as you seen. And that function just printing out message first, and then it's reloading. As you can see, we just reloading the whole scene, okay. So I am gonna uncheck. So I'm gonna uncheck this, go to canvas. Okay, so we will uncheck this for now, game over UI. And if we hit play, okay, if we hit play and if we fall down, we should able to see, okay, that game over UI will be instant, or over will be set it to true. Okay, and we will able to see, if we press retry button, we will reload the whole scene. Okay, now if we hit this retry button, okay, as you can see, we reloading the whole scene. Okay, so we are not doing it home button, as you can see. So let's hook this home button with some code. So let's go to what we will do. We will open up the game over UI UI script. Okay, so double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we will make for that home button a separate function, and we will call it through on click event. Okay, so if we select this home button, okay, as you can see, we have on click. So we need to drag the game object, in which game object we have attached that game over UI script. As you know, we have attached that game over UI script to this game over UI game object. So we need to drag this game object, then we need to go to that script, then we have to choose the function. So firstly we will go to that game over UI script. So in the bottom we will make for it home button. Okay, and we will make it public, so we can set it inspector, or we can call it through on click event. So that's why we have to make it public and void for function, and we will name this to something like home button. Okay, home button. So make this first bracket and these curly brackets, make this first bracket and these curly brackets. Okay, so now we will check if it is working or not. So we will print out a message in the console first. Okay, if it's working or not, so we will say something like debug.log. Okay, so we will print out a message in the console. Say, let's suppose back to home, or home button has been pressed, something like that. Okay, home button has been pressed, something like that. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So we need to drag the game object, in which game object we have attached the game over UI script. So as you seen, we have attached that game over UI script to our game over UI game object. So we need to drag this game object to that slot, and we need to select the function name. So just wait for to compile. It will take a few seconds for compiling it. So when it's done, just drag it into that slot. Okay, when it's done, just drag it into that slot. So it will take a few seconds. So as you can see, so what we will do, so as you can see, we're gonna drag this game over UI game object, because in that game object the script is attached. So we will go to game over UI script, and we will select this home button function. As you can see, we made it public. Now if we hit play, okay, if we hit play in the top, and if we fall down, so that game over UI will be set active to true. And if we press home button, we will able to see that message will print up in the console. If we select this console, as you can see, player diet. Okay, and now if I press this home button, as you can see, home button has been pressed because we typed over there. When we click on this home button, we calling that function, and as you know, that function just printing out the message in the console, says home button pressed. So instead of printing out message, we will get back to home. Okay, so what we will do, we will create another scene. This is our simple scene. You can rename this to, rename this scene to anything, something like level or game scene, something like that, but I'm gonna leave as it is. So we have to create another scene for it to go to that. Okay, so I'm gonna unplay this. Okay, go to project and go to scenes, right click on it, create. Okay, and create a new scene over here, as you can see. So select that scene, and we will name this to something like menu. Okay, name that scene to something like menu or something like that, or home, and double click that to open that up, save. So we need to save the thing in sample scene. So save it, and after that we will get back to this menu scene, as you can see. So in this scene, or in this level, what we will do, we will just drag the background. So I'm gonna drag the sprites. So select the sprites. Okay, select the sprite, as you can see, drag it into scene view or hierarchy, and right click on it to reset the transform. As you can see, I'm gonna drag this, so select that and F to focus on. As you can see, I'm gonna drag this like this, okay. And what we will do, we will duplicate this one couple of time. Before that, I'm gonna check in a simple sim as well the background position to match up in that scene as well, okay. So if I select that background day, as you can see, it's 2.11 in the Y, as you can see. So we will go back to menu scene once again, and we will set this background day to something like 2.11 in the Y, as you can see, and control D to duplicate couple of times, okay. Select that and control D to duplicate. So we will move it over here something like that, and we will duplicate this one more time, and control D to duplicate, and we're gonna move this to left side, as you can see. So what we will do, we will create the ground, it will just move in the left side, okay. It will just move in the left side. So we will select, go to prefab folder. So if we select this ground, so we basically need to make prefab of that game object, okay. So if we're gonna go to sample scene once again, and we're gonna save this scene as like we have dragged the background, as you can see. So we need to save that, so save it. And after that, we will make this ground, okay. Make this ground prefab, okay. Select that game object and drag it into assets folder, or create a prefab folder. Into that folder, select that ground and drag it into that folder. So if you delete from the scene view, okay, if you delete from the scene view or hierarchy, you can directly drag it into that from that prefab folder to scene view or hierarchy. It will be saved like this, as you can see. So that is the cool thing about making it prefab, basically means copy of that game object. So we will go back to menu scene once again. So double click that to open that up, and we will save this one, because we made the ground game object prefab. So we will save it. So save this to save the scene, and we will go back to that. And in prefab folder, as you seen, we have dragged this ground. So we're gonna drag this to scene or hierarchy, drag it to hierarchy, something like that, as you can see. Now if we hit play in this scene, as you can see, we have the background and the ground. It doesn't have a lot of things, so we will create UI for it, okay, to play the game scene, to go to game scene, okay. We need to create that. So just wait for to compile. So as you can see, we got some error, says object not suffered as an instance, okay. So if we open this up, if we open this up script, okay. So as you can see, if game manager, so basically if find object of type, so we need the game manager script, as you can see, okay. We need the game manager script, because this script trying to finding this game manager script. But as you can see, if we go to Unity, okay, as you can see, we don't have game manager script attached to any game object to this scene, as you can see. So what we will do, we will make prefab of the game manager script as well. So if we go back to sample scenes, okay, double click that to save this. So we will save this scene, and we will go back to the that, as you can see, game manager. So we need to make prefab of this game object, okay. So go to prefab folder and select this game object and drag it into that prefab folder. Now we have turned this game manager as well as prefab, okay. So we will go back to menu scene once again, okay, and save this, and we will drag that game manager game object into that menu scene. Now as you can see, we have drag it. Now we have game manager script in this scene as well. So we should not so we will surely not will not get any error for it now. So it should work. So as you can see, the error has been gone, okay. The error has gone. So what we will do, in this scene, we will create a two button. One will be play one, okay, and the other one will be the exit one. So if we press the exit, we will exit the game, and if we play the play button, we will play the game. So to create button, as you know, button is UI element. Okay, so that's why we need to create the canvas first, and into that canvas we have to place all of the UI elements like text, images, all of the things that comes in UI. So go to hierarchy, right click on it or hit this plus icon, go to UI and select this canvas. Okay, and select the canvas, F2 focus on. Okay, F2 focus on, select the canvas and F2 focus on, and we will go to canvas scaler, and we're gonna set this constant pixel size to scale with screen size. Okay, and choose resolution to X something like 1920 and Y something like 1080. Okay, and what we will do, so it will scale with our screen size, the canvas will scale with our screen size. So I'm gonna drag this canvas in the top hierarchy so we can see it. Into this canvas we will add two button. Firstly the play button, firstly will be the play button. Okay, so right click on canvas and go to UI and select this button. Okay, so we're gonna go to legacy and we will select this button, and we will name this button to something like play button. Okay, play button, something like that, and hit enter. And we need to resize the button. As you can see, it's pretty small, so select this rect tool in the right, as you can see, and stretch it. So hold down alt on your keyboard to stretch from center, as you can see. So it will resize from the center if you hold down alt. Okay, and what we will do, we will go to text of this button. Okay, as you can see, the child game object of this button, and we will, what we will do, we will increase the font size to something like 70. Okay, 70, and we will select font style to bold, and we will rename this button some text to something like play. Okay, so this will be the our play button. Okay, so that's why, and you can choose any color you like, go to by going to color fill. So let's choose for this yellow one. Okay, yellow something black. I am going to select black. Black is fine, and I'm gonna resize this button little smaller some. Okay, so hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from the center. As you can see, I'm gonna move this to top. So in order to do that, you can move it like this, but it's much preferred to do, go to rect transform, click on that. Okay, and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top one. Okay, so the button will always stay in the top, and it will resize itself from the top. Okay, so if I resize this screen, as you can see, it's always staying in the top, and it's resizing from the top, as you can see. So that is the reason by selecting this, so it will be always selected in the top. So it doesn't need any aspect ratio. So I'm gonna move this to down something like this. Okay, and I'm gonna duplicate this, I'm gonna move it something like 400, I guess, minus 400, minus 400, something like that. And to duplicate, you just have to press Ctrl D to duplicate. Okay, and we will move this down. Okay, move this down, and we will rename this button to something like exit button. Okay, we will rename this to exit button. Sorry, exit, this will be exit button. Okay, and what we will do, we will rename this text will, as you can see, play to something like exit. Okay, and what we will do, if we select this play button, as you can see, we have on click event. Okay, over here we can hit this plus icon to call any function we want whenever we click this button. Okay, so we will create a script for it. So if we go to scripts, okay, we have our ground game manager, game over UI script. Okay, so let's create another script, and we will call that one to something like scene management. It will be responsible for changing scene to one scene to another scene. Okay, so to do that, go to assets, right click on it, go to UI and select this C sharp script. Okay, and we will name this to something like scene management. Okay, scene management, something like that. Sorry, scene management, and hit enter, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, and double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So I'm gonna double click that to open up in Visual Studio, and head again to Unity once again. Okay, So it will compile for a second. Okay, it will compile for a second. So just go to hierarchy, right click on it, and create an empty game object. Okay, create an empty game object. So just wait for to compile. And to make prefab, we can use that game object to any scene we want. Okay, that is an also good opportunity to make prefab. If you make this prefab, you can use this game object anywhere you want. Okay, so you don't need to create multiple script for it. Okay, so go to hierarchy, right click on it, and create an empty game object, and we will name this as the script we did. So this will be our scene. Sorry, I name it wrong. Scene management. Okay, and go to transform of that component, sorry, transform of that game object, and right click and reset the transform. Okay, and we will select an icon for it, something like this one. Okay, and we will attach the script to this scene management game object. So drag the scene management game script to add component section of scene management game object, and I'm gonna drag this scene management script top of hierarchy so we can see it. And what we will do, we will make prefab of this game object. Okay, so basically means copy of this game object. So select the game object and drag it into its assets folder or prefab folder. Okay, now we have turned this scene management game object as a prefab, and we have attached the scene management script. Now we can use this game object anywhere we want. If we go to sample scene, okay, so double click that. So if we go to sample scene, okay, so I can drag this scene management script without any error. Okay, I can drag this and I can use anywhere we want. Okay, anywhere we want. So that is the cool thing about creating prefab. Okay, basically means copy of that game object. We can use any level or any scene we want. Okay, so make sure you make it prefab. So we will go back to menu scene once again. So I'm gonna save this as it is. So we also have dragged the scene management game object to our simple sim as well, as you seen. Okay, so what we will do, we will go open up the script. Okay, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. And what we will do, we will remove this start and the update function. We don't need it. And we also gonna remove these two namespaces in the top. We don't need. Instead we will include using Unity engine dot scene management. Basically that namespace is responsible for switching, or if you want to switch scene. Okay, so something like level 1 to level 2, or menu scene to something like a game scene. So that's you have to use this namespace using Unity engine. Okay, Unity engine dot scene management, you have to use these namespaces. Okay, and we will go over to script. Okay, we will make two function. So we will make it public so we can call through on click event. Okay, so if I go to Unity and if I select this play button, as you can see we have an on click event function. Okay, basically on click event, here you have to hit this plus icon and you have to drag the game object in which game object you have attached the script. Okay, so as we know we have attached the scene management script to scene management game object, so we need to drag this scene management game object to that field. Okay, and then we have to select the function or what function we want to call. So we will go to script once again and we will make it public so we can call through that button, and that will be void for function, and we will call this something like play button. Okay, something like that, and make this first bracket and this curly brackets. If it's working or not, firstly we're gonna check. So we will print out a message. Basically we're gonna debug that. So we will print out a message in the console. So we have to type debug.log. So let's say we will call this something like play game scene, or play game scene, or play game, something like that, or play game, something like that. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control s on your keyboard to save your code. Okay, so if we head again to Unity and we will add an event to this play button. Okay, and we have to drag the game object in which game object we have attached the script. So as we know we have attached the scene management script to scene management game object, so that's why we have to drag that into that field, and then we have to select the function, and as we know we have named that function to play button. Okay, so we have to hit this plus icon, and we need to drag this scene management game object to game object slot, and then we have to choose the function. So we're gonna go to scene management function, and as you know, if we go to scene management script, so scene management script, we have created this play button function, as you can see, and we made it public. Okay, so we will go over to scene management, and then we will get access to this play button function, as you seen. So we will select that. So whenever we press this play button, that function will get trigger, and what that function is doing, it's just printing out the message saying play game scene or play game in the console, as you can see debug.log. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. And now if we hit play, and if we press this play button, we will should able to see in the console says play game scene or play game will appear. That message will appear because we calling that function, and that function just printing out the message in the console. Okay, so if I now select this console, and if I hit this play button, as you can see play game scene or play game, as we wrote there, okay, in quotation, as you seen. So if I click twice, as you can see the message popping out twice. Okay, so if I click multiple times, as you can see the message getting prompt multiple times. So if we click on exit button, so as you can see no messages is popping out because we haven't hooked any function to this exit function yet. Okay, so we need to attach a function to this exit function as well. And if we hit play, instead of printing out message, we will also gonna go to game scene. Okay, so we can play the game. Okay, so we will load the scene, which is sample scene. Okay, so and what we will do, instead of printing out message, basically after printing out message, what we will do, we will load the game scene. Okay, which is simple scene. So if I go to Unity 1 second, and if we go to scene, and if we go to simple scene, I'm gonna save this. So if we go to, as you can see, this is our game scene. Okay, where we will play the game. So as you can see, this is name of this scene is simple scene. And if we go to top right, okay, top right, top left corner file, then if we go to build settings, as you can see simple scene, okay, by default is selected, and the index of that scene is 0. Okay, as you can see the index of that scene is 0. So we will go back to menu scene 1 second, and and after printing out message, we want to load the game scene. Okay, basically we want to play the game, so we need to load that simple scene, as you seen in the Unity editor. In sample scene, we just playing the game, so we need to load that scene. Okay, so we have to use this function, scene manager dot load scene. Okay, we have to use this function, and this function will only be right, or only able to see when you include this namespace in the top using Unity engine dot scene management. Okay, make sure that you have included, else it will not work. Okay, so this function scene manager dot load scene, it will take the name of the scene. As you seen, we have to pass the name of the scene, which is sample scene. In sample scenes, we are playing the game, as you seen, or you can load the index of it. As you seen, the index of that sample scene, index of it is 0, so you can pass the index as well. So okay, so instead of doing that, what we will do, we will load what we will do, we will pass the scene name, which is our simple scene. Okay, sample scene. So if we go to, as you can see, this is our sample scene, so we need to load this scene. So we will go to that scene or that level. Okay, so we have to type the scene name, which is sample scene. Okay, sample scene, and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. So when we press this play button, we should able to see, we will get redirected to that scene, sample scene, and sample scene we just playing the game, as you seen. Okay, so just wait for to compile, it will take a few seconds for it. So just wait for to compile. When it's done, hit play in the top, and if we hit this play button, we should able to see, we will redirect to redirect to a sample scene. Okay, in that scene we just playing the game. Okay, so firstly we just if we select this console, in that function what we doing, firstly printing out the message saying play game scene or play game, and after that we loading the scene. So if I hit this play button, as you can see, we firstly printing out that message and then we loading that sample scene. As you seen, we just directly fall down. Okay, so what we do will do, we will go over to a sample scene. Okay, if we go to sample scene, and what we will do, we will go to player. Basically we're gonna select this bird. Okay, and we will go to rigid body component of that bird, and we will set this one, okay, sleeping mode to start as sleep. So it until we press something like that or the bird collide, it will stay, or the gravity will not be added or instantly. Okay, until we press space key on the keyboard or the bird collide with the pipe. Okay, so now if I hit play, and in just a bit second I'm going to explain what this does mean. Okay, what does this mean? So if we hit play and wait for a second, so if I said that, okay, so as you can see, but it's not falling down instantly, but when we collide with the pipe, or if we press space key, as you can see, it's jumped or getting fall down. So that is the reason to make it. Firstly you have to go to rigid body and you have to set this sleeping mode to start sleep. So in this start it will asleep. Okay, so and also you have to overrides and then apply all, so it will change in the prefab as well. Okay, means the copy of that game object. So hit this apply all to change in the prefab as well. So we will go back to menu scene once again. So we will save this thing whatever we have done to our sample scene. Okay, so we will save it. So save that, and we will go back to, and we will work on this exit button. Okay, we will also gonna work with this exit button. To work on that, we need to hook this exit button to a certain function. Or so what we will do, we will go to scene management script. Okay, and we will make another function, and we will also make this one public, so we can call through that on click event function, click event. Okay, through that exit button. So that's why we need to make it public, and for function we have to type void, and we will call this to something like exit game or exit button, something like that. Okay, and make this first bracket and this curly brackets. So in the unity editor it will not be happen. Okay, if you press exit button, the game will not be exit. But when you done with your application, once you made the application, or once you have built the application, so if you press on that exit button, so it will exit the game. But in unity editor it will not be happen. Okay, so if it's working or not, firstly we're gonna print out a message. Okay, so we will have to type debug.log to print out a message, and we will say something like exit the game, something like that, or exit, something like that, and close that off with semicolon. Okay, and after that what we gonna do, we have to use this function. Okay, application dot quit. Okay, this function is responsible for quitting your game or exit your game. Okay, so use this function and make this first bracket and close that off with semicolon and control s on your keyboard to save your code. Okay, but in unity editor the game will not be exit. Okay, but once you made the application, or once you built the application, and if you press in that time exit button, okay, so the application or the game will be exit. Okay, so firstly we just printing out the message, and after that we just exiting, and we need to hook this exit function, okay, exit button function to our exit button. Okay, we need to hook that up, or else it will not be executed. So go control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to unity, and you need to hook that function to this exit button. Okay, and as you know, in scene management script we have made that function, okay, a exit function as you seen. So we need to drag this game object to that on click event, okay, game object slot, and then we have to choose the function. So if we go to canvas and if we select this exit button, so we need to hit this plus icon, okay, on click as you can see, and we need to drag the game object in which game object we have attached the script. So as we know, we have attached this script to our scene management game object, so we need to drag that in that slot, okay, and we have to choose the function. Firstly we need to go to scene management script. As you seen in scene management script, as you can see, we made this exit button, okay, function. So firstly we need to go to scene management, okay, scene management, as you can see exit button, okay, so select that, okay, select that, and if we hit play in the top, so when we press this exit button, that message will pop up in the console. It says exit the game or exit, okay, and it will quit the application, but in Unity editor it will not be happen, but once you done, it will happen. So as you can see, exit the game or exit, but in the Unity editor it's not exiting or quitting the Unity editor, as you can see. But when once you made the application, okay, and then if you press this exit button, so it will quit the application or exit the application, okay, it will exit the application. So now we have done these things, okay, so we will move on to what we will make the high score to save the player progress, okay, so let's get into that. One thing we forgot, we also need to hook that scene management or to create to go back to menu scene, okay, we need to hook that home button. So if we go to sample scene, so double click that, and we're gonna save whatever we have done to menu scene, okay, to save that, and we will go to sample scene. So when we die, okay, if we hit play and if we die, if we fall down to ground or hit with that pipe, okay, we also need to hook that home button, okay, so just wait for to compile, I will explain in a bit. So now if we fall down, as you can see, if we press this home button, as you can see, it just saying we just hooked and message, as you can see, it's saying home button has been pressed, okay, home button has been pressed. Instead of printing out message, we wanna go back to menu scene, okay, we will go to menu scene instead of printing out message, okay. So what we will do, we will create the function for it. So we have done it to our game over script, okay, game over UI. So if I open that function, sorry, open that script by double click it on it, okay, as you can see, we made this home button function, and what this function is doing is just printing out this passage saying home button has been pressed. So if I select this home button, okay, so as you can see, we have dragged this game over game over UI game object to this slot, because we have attached the game over UI script to this game object, so that's why we have drag it, and then we going to that script. So if we go to game over UI script, as you can see, in that script we created this home button function, okay. So firstly we going to game over UI script, and we selecting this home button function, because basically we calling that home button function, and what home button function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says home button has been pressed. So after printing out message, what we will do, we wanna go back to menu scene, okay. So we need to load the scene, okay. So if we go to top left corner, okay, top left corner, and then if I open up the build setting or control shift plus B, okay. So and if we, so basically we need to drag the scene, okay. So we need to go to project, okay, we need to go to project, and we need to drag this scene to this scenes in build over here. We need to drag that, or else we not able to go to that scene or that level, okay. So we need to drag that to menu, as you can see, and I'm gonna take it in top, because menu will be the first one, okay. Menu scene will be the first one, then we will go over to the game scene, as you can see, which is our sample scene, okay. But you can rename this scenes by right clicking on it and rename that, okay, you can do that, but I'm gonna leave as it is. So menu will be so we have to pass the menu name. so we have to use this function. Okay, so after printing out message, we want to go back to that menu level, okay, or menu scene. So we have to use this scene manager dot load scene. Okay, scene manager dot load scene, and you have to make sure, okay, and make first bracket, you have to make sure you have included this namespace says unity engine dot scene management. Okay, using unity engine dot scene management, make sure you have included that namespaces and namespace, or it will not work. Okay, and after that we will use this function, okay, scene manager dot load scene, so it will load up the scene, and you have to pass in brackets the scene name or the index of it. So as you can see, we will go to menu scene, as you can see, so we can type the name of the scene as well as we can type the index of it. So as you can see, the index of menu scene is 0 and for sample scene is 1. Okay, so you can type the name of the scene as well the index. So I'm gonna type the name of the scene, okay, so which is menu. So in quotation we have to type the name of the scene, which is menu. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code. And if we hit again to unity once again, and if we hit play, and if we press that home button, we can calling that home function, okay, home button function. And what that function is doing, it just firstly printing out the message saying home button has been pressed, and after that we're loading the menu scene. Okay, and make sure you have dragged that scene to build setting, else it will not work. Okay, make sure that. So you just have to go to top left file and then go to build settings, okay, or control shift plus B, okay, as you can see, and drag that scene, drag all of the scenes, make sure that, okay, else it will not work. Okay, so that is the reason. So now if I hit play in the top, and if we tie, and if we press that home button or click on that home button, we should able to see we will be redirect to menu scene or that menu level. Okay, basically the home. So now if we die, okay, now if we press this home button, as you can see, we get back to home screen, okay, or the menu level, as you can see. And this exit button as well as the play button as working as it is. So if I press this exit button, as you can see, we just printing out the message, and then after we doing quitting the game, okay, application, quitting the application, okay, or exiting the application. Now if we hit this play button, as you can see, we can we just redirect to our sample scene. In that scene we playing the actual game, as you can see. Okay, and we can jump, as you can see. Okay, so if I, so as you can see, we can jump and we can make high score. Okay, so we need to keep track of the player progression, means how many score player have done so far. So we need to do that. And if I press this retry button, and we just reloading the whole scene, as you can see, now it's working fine. Now we have done all of the things, and just we have to do only one thing left to do, which is we need to make high score. Okay, we need to make high score, so let's do that. So I'm gonna unplay this, do the high score, and the end of the video we will do the music or the audio effects. Okay, so I'm gonna set this game over UI to set it to true. So we will set the high score. Basically we want to make a high score text, so can see how many score player have done. Okay, so right click on this panel, basically this game over panel. Okay, right click on it, then go to UI and go to legacy, and we will choose this text. Okay, so as you can see, this is pretty small, so we're gonna make this bigger. Okay, so resize that, okay, and hold down alt on your keyboard to resize from center, as you can see. And we will make the font size to something like 100. Okay, and we will select font style to bold, and we will go to color fill, and we will choose something like white. I guess white is not visible, so we will choose black. And what we will do, we will set this one, firstly we will go to alignment, and we will choose both of this center. Okay, we'll choose both of this center, and we're gonna set this one back to 0. Okay, so this will be the our high score one. Okay, so when we die, we will set this high score. Okay, to set this high score, we definitely need the reference of this high score. Before that, go to rect transform and click on this, okay, center, and hold down alt in your keyboard, and we're gonna choose this center one. So this score or this text will always be in the center of the screen, okay, and it will always resize from the center. So that is the reason to selecting it, okay. And what we will do, we will set this to one something, how many player have done score, okay. So something like 5 4 3 2 or 1 or 0, okay. So basically we need this text element, then we can set this text as you can see. So we need the reference of this text. Before that, what we will do, we will make a high score management script, okay. We will make a separate script. That script will be responsible for saving our player data, okay, for saving our player score, how many score player have done, okay. So I'm gonna set this one back to 0, sorry, not back to 0, I'm gonna set unticked. Basically we're gonna set this one game object to false. As you can see, it's invisible, but if we hit play and when we die, that game object or this game over UI panel will be to set active to true, as you seen, as we did this in tutorial, okay. So now if we die, we should able to see that will pop out, as you can see. And as you can see, the high score is 0, so we will set this one to any value we like. So go to script, okay, sorry, go to assets and create a script folder, and right click on it, go to create, and then select this C# script and name it something like high score management, something like that, okay. And go over to hierarchy, okay, right click on it or hit this plus icon and create an empty game object, and we're gonna name this to something like high score management, high score management, okay, high score management. Go to transform of it, right click on it and reset the transform, and we will select an icon for it. So let's suppose we're gonna select this red one, and we need to drag the script to this game object, okay. So or you can find this head add component, okay, hit add component and find the script whatever you have named it. So we have named it high score management, and click on it, basically hit enter and attach that script, okay. And double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we will double click that to open up in Visual Studio. As you can see, by default we have the start and the update function, okay. So we need the reference of this text as you seen, then we can set the value we want. So so as you know, that is an UI element, okay. The text over there is an UI element, so we need to include namespace which says, okay. So we have to include this namespace using Unity Engine, okay, Unity Engine .ui. We have to make sure you have included this namespace in top of script, as you can see, using Unity Engine .ui. So we will go to top of the class and we will make it public, so we can set it through our inspector. That will be text, as you know, that is an text component, the high score text, and you have to name that. So let's suppose we're gonna call it something like high score txt, something like that, short for text, and close that off with semicolon and control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So we will able to see in high score management script a text element will appear, and we have named it high score text. So we need to drag that text as you seen, and then we can set the value we want to set, okay. So we need the reference of it, so we need to drag that text game object or text component to the text field, high score text field. So we will go over to that, okay. So as you can see, this text, firstly we're gonna rename this. So I'm gonna set this one back to true, okay, for visible. So I'm gonna rename this high score text to something like high score txt first, okay, high score txt. And after that, what we will do, we will go over to high score management script once again, and we're gonna drag this high score text to that field, okay. So I just forgot to place the t at the end. So as you can see, now we have done. So we have the reference of it. Now we can set value, any value we like. So we will go over to script once again. I'm gonna set this game over UI to uncheck. Basically we're gonna set this to false, and when we die we're setting that to true. Okay, so if we go to script once again, so we're gonna set this in the start of the function. So as you know, this is start function get call whenever the game start. Okay, whenever the game start it just call one time. Okay, so in that time what we will do, we will set this high score text. Okay, we will go to high score text dot text. Okay, and we will set basically what we're doing, we just going to this text high score text. Okay, and then we going to this text. Okay, we're going to this text and we are setting what we will do, we will set to any value. So as you know, when we play the game for the first time we will have zero score. Okay, and we will save this data or the player score. Okay, player score with player preps, which responsible, which is unity inbuilt system of saving data. Okay, which you can store one value, one piece of data like name, you can save string, you can save integer like 1 2 3 4, you can set floating numbers like 0.5 0.4 something like that. Okay, that is useful for saving single piece of data. So we gonna use that in this video. Okay, so what we will do, we have to use this player preps. Okay, player preps, and in the start of the game when we play the game for the first time, as you know, we will have zero score. Okay, so we have to use this player preps dot get in. Okay, get in, and we have to save the score or the data into a key. Okay, so basically we have to type string. Okay, so in quotation you have to type the key. Okay, you have to name the key. So we're gonna name it something like high score. Okay, and you have to set as a second parameter which a default value. Okay, so when we start the game, as you can see in default value we will have zero score. So we will pass zero. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. So we are setting high score text dot text, basically that high score text as you seen, to player preps dot get in. So basically this function over here will set your score with this key. Okay, so when we start the game we will have zero score, so that's why we have selected zero as a second argument. Okay, second argument, so it will save in this key store. So as you can see, this is an integer value. Okay, we're saving integer value, or basically integer data, which is zero. Zero is an integer. So this and the high score text dot text over here is a string. Okay, so we need to convert this integer to a string, so we just have to use dot to string at the end of the function. Okay, sorry, we have to use dot to, not, sorry, I just messed there. So we have to make this brackets and then dot to string. Okay, and make this bracket, so it will convert this integer value to string. So by default we selecting 0, so the over here player preps dot get in will be 0, and it will save in this key which is high score, as you can see. And later on we can extract the saving data by going, we can use this key store. Okay, or basically this key high score, as you can see. Okay, so we are saving this 0 to this key, and player preps dot get in will take. Okay, so as you know, in the start of the game, okay, in the start of the game we will have 0 score, so that's why we have passed as a second argument 0. So we are setting that to our high score text. So by default this one will be 0, so the over here high score text dot text will be 0 in the start of the game. So when we make the high score, okay, so if we go to bird. Okay, if we go to player, okay, player or the bird, as you can see, I think we have the, if we go to bird collision, in bird collision we have made this current score. Okay, as you can see, current score, when we trigger with that point, basically when we pass through that pipe, we increasing this current score by 1. Okay, we increasing that current score by 1. So what we will do, we will set that to our high score. So we will go over to update function, and we need the reference of this but collision script. Okay, but collision script, and then what we will go to that but collision script, and we will access this current score, as you can see. Okay, over here which is an integer value, and we made it public, so we can access through any script we want. As you can see, when we pass through this pipe, as you can see, if other dot game object dot tag point, so we increasing the current score by 1. Basically current score plus plus, but basically means we increasing the current score by 1. So we need access of the current score as well. Okay, to set the high score, so we can set this current score to our high score if we surpass our high score. Okay, which is the default value. So what we will do, we need the this but collision script. Okay, so what we will do, we will go to top of the class, and we will make it public, so we can set it through inspector. That will be but collision. Okay, but collision, and we have to name that something like, let's suppose called but call or but info, something like, let's suppose we're gonna call it something like but call. Okay, but call, and close that off with semicolon, and control s on your keyboard to save your code. Okay, and if we hit again to unity, we should able to see uh, in high score management script a but collision field will appear. So we need to drag the player game object, because as we know, we have attached the but collision script to our player game object. So that's why we need to drag the player game object. Okay, so if we go to player game object, as you can see, we have attached the but collision script to our player game object. Okay, so that's why if we go to high score management game object, as you can see, but call, we name the but collision, and say it says but collision, which is none, which is empty. So we need to drag this player game object into that field, because we have attached the but collision script to our player game object. So that's why we need to drag that, and now we have the player but collision script, as you can see. Now we can access that current score of the but collision. Okay, so we will go over to but collision, as you can see, public in current score. So when we pass through that pipe, we increasing the current score by 1, as you can see. So what we will do, we will go over to high score management. Okay, and we will go over to update function, and as you know, update function get call every single frame, so that's why we going to use that. Okay, to set our high score. So we need to keep track of how many score we have, so that's why we going to use this update function. Okay, so what we will do, we will check if, okay, we will check if our but call, so but call basically means the our but collision script. So in that script, we will access this current score. As you can see, we are able to access the current score, and if it's greater than our player preps. Okay, player preps sorry player preps dot get in, we have to use basically, if we, and we have to pass the key, which is high score. Okay, which is high score, and by default we have to select 0, and make this for curly brackets. Basically what we doing, we just going to but collision script, and we accessing that current score. Okay, when we go through that pipe, when the but pass through that pipe, we increasing the current score by 1, and if that current score is our greater than, okay, we save it the our high score in this key store. Okay, or in this key, which is our high score, and if that current score is greater than our high score, what we will do, we sorry we will set this current score to our high score. Okay, we will set this current score to our high score if the current score is greater than our high score. Okay, so as you can see, player prep, sorry, I just messed over there, so I'm gonna redo this. Okay, so forgive me for it. So if firstly we have to go to but call. Okay, but call, and we're gonna access that current score, and if it's greater than our high score, okay, high score, so we have to use this player preps. Okay, sorry, player preps dot get in, okay, dot get in, and we have to pass the key, which is we saved the data in this high score key, and we have to select by default, which is 0. Okay, if the current score is greater than our high score, in that case we're gonna set this current score to our high score. So we have to use this function, okay, we have to use this function player prefs, okay, player prefs dot set in. So this function over here will take the key, so which we know we want to the key we want to save the data in this key, which is a high score, and the value you want to set. So we will set this BERT collision current score, okay. So we have to go to BERT call, then we will set that current score. So as a second argument, we have to pass the score we want to save. So if the BERT collision, basically if the current score is our greater than high score, okay, in that case we setting this current score to our high score, as you can see. So we have to use this player prefs dot set in function, okay. This function will take the key in which key you want to save that score, so which is we know high score, and we saving that this current score, okay, which is the current score, because the current score now is greater than our high score. So that's why we setting this current score to our a new high score, as you can see, and close that off with semicolon. And we also need to update this high score to our tags, okay. We also need to update this tags to our high score. So we will go to high score tags firstly, okay, high score tags, okay, and we will access that tags, and we will set that to this BERT call, okay, BERT call dot current score now, okay. And we need to convert this to string, because as you know current score our is an integer value, okay. So that's why we have to use to string to convert it to string, okay, and close that off with semicolon, because this high score text dot text over here is a string, okay, and this is an integer value. So that's why we have used this to string function, so it will convert this integer value to string, okay. So we are setting the high score text whatever we have set the high score, okay, in this key store key which is high score. So the we are setting that high score now new high score, okay, new high score, which is our current score. As you can see, we updating in the text as well. Firstly we going to text, okay, text high score text dot text, and then we setting that score whatever we have set to our high score, okay, as you can see. So control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. We will able to see when we make the high score, okay, it will save to our high score, and it will update to our high score text, okay, as well, because we setting that as you seen, okay, as you seen. So just wait for to compile. When it's done, if we hit play, we should able to see the change, okay. Now if we hit play in the top, okay, now if we hit play in the top, we should able to see the change. So just wait for to compile, and if we hit play, we should able to see when we pass through that pipe, we should able to see we will make high score. So 1, so as you can see 1 is the high score, okay. So if I retry, okay, and if I fall down, as you can see the high score has been saved to 1, as you can see. But when we make the current score to greater than this high score, as you can see what we doing, if the current score is greater than high score, in that case we just setting the high score, as you can see player prefs dot set in, and this function will take the key which is high score, and it will set it to a new high score, which is the current score, because the current score now is greater than our high score. Then what we doing, we updating to our text as well. Firstly we going to high score text, and whatever score we have made the current score, which will be our new high score, we setting that, as you can see BERT call dot current score dot string, okay. So now if I hit play, when we make two high score, we should able to see, okay, we should able to see we will make two high score, okay. So it just stay 1. So I'm gonna make this bird flap to something like little, so I'm gonna hit this pause button to pause your game, and I'm gonna go to player, and I'm gonna make the jump height. So if we go to player script, I'm gonna make this jump height to something like 7 to make it small, to make it easy, okay. So if I So as you can see, our current score is 1, then 2, then 3. Okay, then 3, as you can see. Then if we go to 4, so now our current score, our new high score has been saved to our new current score, as you can see, because the current score is greater than our high score. It was high score which one at that time was 1, as you seen, and now the current score is 4. So the current score is greater than our that high score. So that's why it's saving to our new high score. Okay, it's saving new high score, which is 1, sorry, which is 4. Okay, as you can see, player prefs dot set, which is this, as you can see. I hope you get the basics idea of it. Okay, and you can delete the high score as well. You just have to use this. Okay, so what we will do, we will go to update function, and we want to delete the high score. Okay, we want to erase the high score to we will set it to 0, something like that. So we have to use this. Okay, what we will do, we will make a separate function for that, and function we have to type for it. Say let's call that one to something like delete save data. Okay, delete data or delete save data. Let's suppose we will call delete save data. Okay, delete save data, make this first bracket and this curly brackets. Okay, so what we will do in this function, what we will do, we will delete the high score whatever we have saved. So we have to use this function. Okay, player preps. Okay, player preps dot delete. Okay, delete, and you can delete all. Okay, you can use this function. Okay, so it will delete all of the data. So if you save a string, it will also be delete, as well as your integer value what you have saved. But you want, if you want to delete a specific key or a specific thing, so you have to use this delete key. Okay, and in the first parameter, so it will take the key. Okay, so in which key you have saved the data, so which is high score, we know we have to pass the key. Okay, and close that off with semicolon. And we also need to set back to that high score to 0. Okay, we also need to set that to 0, because it will delete the high score whatever we have set. It will delete, but it will not update in the high score text. Okay, so we also need to update that score. Okay, so what we will do, we will go to high score text, basically that text, high score text, and we will access the text and we will set it to 0. Okay, so we will set it to 0 string, as you can see, and close that off with semicolon, and control s on your keyboard to save your code. But we made the function, we never calling it, as you can see, we never calling it anywhere over here. So this line of code will not be executed, so the saving data will not be deleted. So when we should call, or so let's for testing purposes, I'm gonna call when we press the D key for delete, for short for delete. Okay, so if I'm gonna check for if input dot get key. Okay, get key down, and I'm gonna check for D key. So we have to pass the key code, which is D. And if that's the case, I'm gonna call this function. Okay, delete save data function, and what this function is doing is just deleting the saving key, which is high score, and we setting the high score to text to 0 once again, as you can see. So I'm gonna call this function. So delete save data. Okay, delete save data, and make this first bracket and close that off with semicolon, and control s on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when we press D key, okay, D key, when we press D key, we should able to see, okay, we will delete all of the data we have saved in that case key. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and we will able to see that. Okay, when we press the D key, we will able to see. So if I hit play in the top, and if we press D, okay, so we will delete all of the data we have saved in that high score key. Okay, so as you seen, we have made 4 score. Okay, which we have made high score is 4, our 4. Now if we press space, okay, now if we collide with the pipe, okay, so as you can see, our high score is 4. Okay, now if I press the D key, okay, if I press the D key, as you can see, we are set back high score to 0, as you can see. Now if I hit play, sorry, if I hit play once again, and if I fall down to ground or collide with the pipe, the high score will be saved to 0 because we have deleted that data from the key. Okay, we using delete key. So if I now die now, as you can see, the deleted data has been saved, which was 0, as you can see. So we can make the high score. Okay, we can make over here high score. So I'm gonna set the bird jump height to something lower number to make it easier the game to make some score. Okay, for testing purposes, so I'm gonna set it to something like 5 jump height. And now if I hit play, basically you have to pause the button over top of it. As you can see, I made one score, then two, then 3, then if I make 4, okay, 4, and then if I make 5, as you can see, I can make high score as much as I can. As you can see, now the high score has been to save our new score. Okay, new score, which is 6, as you can see. Okay, now if I retry that game and if I fall down, my high score will be saved to our high score. Okay, how many score I have done. Now if I press the D key, it will be delete, the data will be delete. Okay, as you can see, we deleted that data. So what we will do, so we only thing have to do, which is the sound for now. Okay, so let's do that one. Okay, so what we will do, if we go to hierarchy, right click on it. Okay, create an empty game object. Before that, you should have the audio listener. If we go to main camera, as you can see, audio listener component is added to our main camera. As you can see, if you, this component over here is responsible for playing the audio as well as listening the audio. Okay, make sure that it's attached to our main camera. Okay, if it don't, then hit this add component and find audio listener and add that. Okay, like this one. So I already have that, and it already by default attached to main camera. Okay, you don't need to do that. Else if it's not, then you can add that. Okay, so what we will do, we will go to we will create an empty game object in the hierarchy. So right click on hierarchy or hit this plus icon, create an empty game object. So let's we will name this to something like audio. I'm gonna drag this in the top hierarchy so we can see it, and I'm going to transform of it. Right click on that and reset the transform, and I'm gonna select an icon for it, something this green one, and I'm gonna select this move tool. I will move it over here something like this. As you can see, to play the audio or audio clip, you have to add audio source component to a game object. Okay, so I'm gonna select this audio game object. Okay, and hit this add component and find over there audio source, and attach that. So you have to drag the clip, which clip you want to be played. So I'm gonna drag this. If I go to I will have a link in the description, all of this sprite, UI, sound effects, so you can go check that out. Okay, so I'm gonna, let's suppose I'm gonna play this one. Okay, point something like this one. If I go to, okay, and if I go to inspector and if I play this sound, as you can see, as you can hear. Okay, so I'm gonna drag this clip to that clip field. Okay, so you have to drag the clip, which clip you want to play. So I'm gonna drag this point clip to in audio clip section. Okay, so in play on awake, so basically this means if I hit play right away in the top, in the start of the game, this clip will be played. Okay, so if I hit play and wait for to compiling it while playing. Okay, so in the start of the game it will be played because play on awake is checked, and you can also loop the clip by checking it. As you can see, in the start of the game it's played. So what we will do, we will uncheck this one. Okay, and if it's music, you can check this loop time. Okay, loop over here, as you can see, you can check this on, so the music will be looped, or the thing you want to the music you want to be looped, you have to check this one. Okay, and you can play around with this volume, pitch. Okay, and over here, as you can see, spatial blind. So if you turn this to 3D. As you can see, if the audio game object is far from this main camera, okay, so this music will be low, okay, volume will be low because it's far from the audio listener component. So I'm gonna drag this over here, so it will work like 3D. Okay, if I drag this over here and if I check this loop over, okay, loop, and if I hit play, and if I move this game object far from the camera, okay, or audio listener, it the volume or of that music or that clip will be low. Okay, so you will hear that. So it, if I drag this, uh, so we need to check this on, I guess. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, just wait for, so I'm gonna drag this audio. Okay, so what we will do, we want to check this one, and we will turn this to 3. Okay, and if we hit play, we should able to see that uh, that will be looped. You can drag any music you can. Okay, so a spatial blind, it's work like 3D. Okay, if you drag the move, so if I drag this music, as you can see, the music is low. So if I drag this audio to our main camera, so it will be the music will be of it bigger. Okay, if I drag this one, so as you can see, if it's far from the main camera, as you can see, the volume of that audio clip it's low. If I drag this more far from the camera, as you can see, we cannot hear that anymore. So it's just we can hear a little. Okay, so if I drag this one more, so as you can see, so that is the spatial blind. Okay, so I'm gonna turn this off because this is an 2D game, so that's why I'm gonna make it 2D. Okay, so I hope you get the basics idea of it. I'm gonna reset the transform of this audio. Okay, so right click on it and reset the transform. I'm gonna drag this audio game object over here, something like that. So basically we want to play this basically we want to play this audio clip when we pass through that pipe. Okay, so we will make a audio manager script for it, and we will control this play on awake. I'm gonna uncheck this loop time because we don't want to loop the audio clip which is point. Okay, we only gonna do for music. Okay, we're gonna check that for music, but we don't have music in this game, so I'm gonna uncheck this one, and we want to play this audio source when we pass through that pipe. So we have to use play function for it. Before that, I'm going to create a script for audio manager. Okay, so it will be responsible for playing audio clip. So I'm gonna go over to assets. Okay, assets, right click on it. I'm gonna go head over to a script folders, right click on it, create C# script, and I'm gonna name this to something like audio manager. Okay, audio manager, and hit enter. Double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So just wait for to compile. So what we will do in so we will go back to Unity once again, and we will attach this script. Okay, we will attach this script to this to that audio game object. Okay, audio game object. So you can attach any a game object you want. You can create an empty game object and you can name it something like audio manager. You can add this script to that game object as well. So I'm gonna add this script to our audio game object. Okay, so just wait for to compile, and it will take a few seconds for compiling it. Okay, when it's done, attach that to any game object you want, and we will control the audio clip via our code, through our code. Okay, when to play. So just wait for to compile. When it's done, attach that. Okay, so just wait for to compile. It will take a few amounts, and you can check all of the sprite in the description. Okay, I will have a link in the description. You can go check that out. So just wait for to compile. It's taking too much time because my computer is a little slow, so that's why it's taking too much time. Okay, I really apologize for it. So just wait for to compile. Also stay tuned with my channel to get upcoming tutorials. Okay, I will make whole new series as well. So when it's done, okay, so now it's done. I'm gonna attach this audio manager script, this order to audio game object. Okay, drag that or hit this add component and find the script by typing it and attach that. Double click that to open up in Visual Studio. Okay, double click that to open up. So I'm gonna remove this start and update function, we don't need that, and also these two namespaces in the top. Instead we will use this namespace using unity on unity engine dot audio. Okay, dot audio. If you want to work with audio mixer, okay, that is another thing. You have to include this namespace, which is unity engine, okay, dot audio. So we're gonna include this. And what we will do, we need the reference of this audio source component. Okay, we need the audio source component, and we can control when we should play this point clip. Okay, as you can see, audio clip. So we will use play function of that. Okay, and we can control anything we want. We can control the volume, we can control the pitch as well. Okay, so we need this audio source component, then we can do all of these things we want. So we need the reference of audio source component. So we will go back to script once again, and we will make it public, so we can set an inspector that is audio source component. So we have to type the component name, which is audio source. Okay, audio source, sorry, audio source, we have to type that, and you have to name that. So let's suppose we're gonna call it source. Okay, and close that off with semicolon and control S on your keyboard to save your code, and head again to Unity. So we will should able to see an audio source field or will be appear. So we need to drag this audio source field to that source field. Okay, we have named it source, and we can control when we should play that clip, okay, by using play function of it. So just wait for to compile, and you should drag this audio source component, okay, to that field. So we will have the reference, then we can control. So I'm going to drag this audio source component to source field. As you can see, now we have the reference. Now we can do anything we want. We can control the volume over here by accessing it, as well as loop, play on awake, all of the things that we want. We want to play, okay, we want to play when we pass through that okay, when we pass through that, basically when we pass through those pipe, we want to play this point audio clip. Okay, so what we will do, we will make another function for it. So we will go to down, and we will make it public, so we can access this function from another class, because we want to play that audio clip, which is point one, when we pass through is pass through pipes. Okay, so if we go to player, as you can see, okay, if we go to player, okay, so if we go to BART collision, in that script, as you can see, over here we passing through the pipe, and we increasing the current score by 1. So over here we want to play that sound. Okay, so that's why we making a separate function, and we making it public, so we can call this function from another class as well. For function, we have to type void, and you can call any names, anything you want. So let's we will call play point sound, something like that. Okay, play point sound. Okay, play point sound. So make this first bracket and this curly brackets. So what we will do, in audio source component, if we go to Unity editor, in this audio source component, we have dragged the audio clip, which is the point, as you can see. Okay, as you can see, so we want to play this audio source, so we have dragged the reference. As you can see, we have the reference. Now we can play anywhere we want. So we will go back to script once again, and we firstly go to source. Okay, basically that audio source component. Okay, and then we will use this play function. Okay, and this play function will play the clip, which is the point one. Okay, and make this first bracket and this curly brackets, and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code. But we also need to call this function. Okay, we just call made it, but we never calling, so this line will not be executed anymore. So we will call this function when we pass through those pipes. So we will go to BART collision. Okay, BART collision script, and over there, as you can see, if other dot game object dot tag point, basically if we trigger with that point game object, as we said this before. Okay, so what we will do after increasing one score, we will play that sound. So firstly we need to get this audio manager script, then we can access this function, okay, which is play point sound function. Firstly we need the reference of this audio manager script, then we can access this function. Okay, so we will go over to word collision script, and we have to use this find object of type, okay, which is audio manager, which is an script. Okay, so we have to type the script name, which is audio manager, and make this first bracket and dot. In there we have created that play sound function. Okay, point sound function, so we will call that function. Okay, play point sound function. As you can see, make this first bracket and this make this first bracket and close that off with semicolon, and control S on your keyboard to save your code. So when we calling, we just finding the script with audio manager, as you can see, which is an script. Okay, audio manager script. Firstly we going to audio manager script, and then we accessing that play point sound function. And what that function is doing, it just playing the audio source component. Okay, firstly we going to source, and then we are playing that audio clip, which is the point one, as you can see. So this function is playing the audio clip. Okay, so control S on your keyboard to save your code and head again to Unity. So when we pass through that pipe, okay, we calling that function, okay, audio through our audio manager script. And that audio manager script, we have made that play point sound function. Okay, and that function is just playing the audio clip we want to play. So now if I hit play in the top, and when we pass through those pipe, we should able to hear that sound, which is the point, because we calling that. Okay, and you have to make sure you uncheck the play on awake, or else it will play in the start of the game. Okay, so we just doing customly when, so if we pass through that, so what we will do, I'm gonna make the bird flap. Okay, so I'm gonna hit this play once again, and I'm gonna make it little easy to check if it's working or not. So I'm gonna make the bird jump height something like 7. Okay, so I'm gonna hit this pause button to pause your game in the top, and I'm gonna go to player, and player script, I'm gonna make this jump height to something like 5 to make it simple or easy. So as you can see, now we can flap little to basically test it if it's working or not. So as you can see, as you can hear, the sound is playing when we pass through that pipe, because we calling that function. And as you know, that function is just playing the clip we want. So you can create as many audio source as you want. Okay, I hope you get the basics idea of it. So later on we will deal with an audio manager script in the next series. Okay, I will make a whole separate video for it. Okay, so we have come to the end. Now it's time to build our game. Okay, congrats, you made the end. You came to the end. Pretty good. So let's make the game. So let's build it. So we have to go to file in the top left, as you can see, and we will go to build settings, or control shift plus B. Okay, and what we will do, we will go to player settings. Okay, player settings we will go, and you can name the product name, basically the game name. Over here I'm gonna leave as it is, as well as the company name. And you can drag the icon over here. Okay, you can drag any icon you like from the assets, or you can choose over here. So like this. Okay, you can choose any. I'm gonna leave as it is. Okay, so as you can see, and if we go to resolution and presentation, okay, you can select a maximize window, anything like that, and you can check this one, resizable window, so you can resize the window. Okay, and if we go to splash image, okay, so if you can preview the intro of the Unity, as you can see. Okay, you can change any color you want. You can add your logo over here. Okay, you can add this over here. As you can see, hit this plus icon, and you have to drag the logo you want with that. So I'm gonna leave as it is, and in other settings there nothing have to do. I'm gonna leave as it is. Okay, so let's build that. So to build, you have to build and run. Okay, build and run, and we will create a separate folder for the build. Okay, so firstly we will go to assets. Okay, assets, or we will create another folder in this game project. Okay, so right click on that and go to new, and we will call this folder, select folder, and we will call this one to something like build, and select that build. Okay, hit enter, and select that folder. Now it will build for a second, so we're gonna save this. So okay, so when you done, you can build your game. So it will build the game. Okay, so it will take a few minutes to build it for the first time. It will take a couple of minutes or seconds, I guess. And you can choose any target platform you want. You can choose Android, it's up to you. If you want to for mobile, you can choose Android or iOS. And before that, you have to install all of the modules before you target those platform. Okay, make sure that. And you can also make for website by selecting this WebGL. Select that, any of that, and you have to click on switch platform. Okay, then you are good to go to that platform. And for Android, you have to make the AAB file. Now Play Console is just accepting AAB file instead of APKs. And also you have to store key, store all of the things that you need. In the near future, I'm gonna make on Android as well as for WebGL. Okay, so stay tuned for those. And when it's done, it will reload the game your right away. Okay, and you can play that. So just wait for to compiling it. It's just converting to C++ as well, because we have written our code in C sharp and it's converting C++. Okay, because C++ is machine language. Sorry, I just forgot about that. I just messed there. So just wait when it's complete. Okay, and you are ready to play your game. I hope you get the basics idea of Unity, all of the things. Okay, so just wait for it to complete the game, to build the game. Okay, so running past compiler, it will take a few seconds to build the game. So it's already been 2 minutes, as you can see. 2 minutes 21 seconds, 22 seconds. So just wait. For WebGL, it's take a lot of time. Okay, for Windows build, it will take a few minutes, but for WebGL, it can take up to half an hour. So now it's built. Now we are ready to play our game. Oh, congrats, you made your first game. Okay, so just wait. So it will play the game. As you can see, we have the intro off. Now we can play that. Okay, and now we can jump and we can collect. We can pass through pipes. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, sorry, I'm not can play. You can adjust. Okay, and if I press this exit button, we can exit the application, because in Unity editor it will not do that. Okay, but once you made the application, it will do that. Now if I press this exit button, as you can see, we exit the whole application. I hope you get the basics idea of Unity and learns all of the things that you need to create, or the basics of it. Okay, so lastly, thanks for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed the whole video. Okay, goodbye.